Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Albarian. I didn't even give them a countdown this time. Wonderful little surprise.
Hello.
Welcome to the Albarian, where we play TTRPGs and have a hoot. We are on a final session of Tales of Andrea, so there's a lot that we need to get through. So, announcements. Now, the Albarian's next one is on Wednesday at 6 o'clock. That's going to be playing with Mutts, happening still, even though two of the people are away on holiday. Yeah, we're just building bridges and roads. It's fine. Working on infrastructure. But before that, on Tuesday, I need to double check on the times, but I'm pretty sure it's 6 p.m. MT time or 7. Follow our socials. We'll be posting about it. I'm going to be guesting over at the Salty Kraken with Hans Half-Elven. His co-host for Unearth My Arcana is away on holiday, so I'm filling in for her one of the days. And we're going to unearth so much Arcana. It's going to be great. So pop on by the Salty Kraken. That's going to be the twitch.tv/HansHaveElvin. There we go. Got it. Nothing on Thursday this week, but Friday we do have Here Be Shenanigans. What you doing?
Yeah. Katana Zero. We made it pretty far in. It's this kind of like 80s cyberpunk, kind of like Blade Runner-esque vibe. But you're like this samurai in a bathrobe. And the game mechanic is if you get hit once, you're dead. And so it like kind of like Celeste, it like kind of loops back to the beginning of that like room that you're in. But you can slow down time, cool stuff like that. And the story is ultra good. We just found out that the drug that his psychiatrist had been giving him was causing side effects, which is the time slowing down. And so, pretty good stuff.
That's a fun side effect.
Right. Also a great torture device, as we saw earlier in that game, so...
Yeah. That's happening this Friday. Nothing on Saturday, and then after that, this coming Sunday, not today, but the one after that, is going to be our campaign wrap-up, where we talk about Tales of Andrea, talk about our characters a little bit more, get a little bit into what's coming up next, tease you all with our loveliness, and this is our 2-year anniversary month, so we are going to be doing some giveaways that day, so come on by, share some love, ask some questions, and query away as to what's next.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I have anything else. Which means the inevitable has come.
Yes.
All right. Let's hope not. Back in a jiffy.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be heard in gales and floods, but if not, at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
Hello and welcome back. Last time on Tales of Andrea, the consequences got themselves gathered up for the final countdown. 5 days they were given and told. They found a quick journey to Zlado, only to arrive on the 3rd day, thinking they had 2 days left to see the barrier around it fall, with the unknown freely sending one of them a message saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, I lied." Essentially. They rushed in, spread their folks around where they could to aid the city in the places, traveled with Kryn Law down to where they found another one of these crystals, set up barriers to try to stop the unknown, but he just traveled and walked through. His anti-magic field, leaving him separated from Brolog and Yolondriel from an invisible barrier that's been put up by Kryn Law to try to stop him. We are going to hop into this wonderful scenario, visiting Jartis for a second. Right after he finished giving you that last little request for what your wish is, something clicks. You don't hear it, you don't see it, you feel it. And apparently he did too, because his shape of his head shifts a little bit and looks down towards where everyone else is. And you hear him say, "Well, that's interesting. Before all the rest of you, Relly, Laundry, and Brolog, you see the room very suddenly shift as though you've gotten tunnel vision out of nowhere as it elongates, separating itself farther away from wherever you are. And you hear the unknown say, coward. We're going to go to the top of initiative. As
I have forgotten what the order was.
That's fine. I haven't. Relly, you're up first.
Oh.
Like I didn't write that down.
Who on deck?
Who's on deck? That'd be you, Brolog. You're on
Okay,
deck.
I thought that might be the case.
That's a good question. I don't know what I'm doing. I was not expecting to be first because I forgot our beloved Finestorm has been dusted.
Yep. Very, very
Okay.
dust. Very, very dead.
Okay, I'm going to stay where I am. I'm cool with that. And let's see, what type of damage did I do him last time? Okay, for kicks and grins, I'm gonna go with one of my newer spells. I am in the mood to try Thunder Wave.
Ooh, I don't think that one's ever been used before. Alright,
I don't think
give
it
us,
has.
give us a
Thunder
read.
Wave. Okay, Thunder Wave, I'm going to do it at 3rd level. So a
beautiful.
wave of thunderous force sweeps out from you, me. Each creature in a 15-foot cube originating from you must make a Constitution saving throw. Oh, it's a
Originating
cube.
from you
Okay.
and 15-foot
Yeah.
cube, so you would have to get close to him. And
Yeah,
you
and
would
I'm
only
gonna-
be affecting Crinlaw.
Okay, yeah. So then I am going to move myself to away from the Crin friend. And let's see, 10, 15, 20. Okay, so is he within my cube now?
He is.
Yes.
Crinlaw still is as well.
Ah, rats, okay. Then I'm gonna put myself there. He should still be within my cube.
Yep.
And Crinwell should be safely out of it.
Very
Alright,
much so.
so 15-foot cube originating from you must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, each creature must take a 2d8 thunder damage and are pushed 10 feet away from me as well. On a successful save, they take half as much damage and are not pushed. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. So, that's what I do.
You run forward, stepping keenly around rocks and debris on the ground. Get to a point, let out this thunderous bang. You all hear it and see this wave come from her, actually, Relly. Where you don't see the wave is anywhere within 10 feet of the unknown. His anti-magic field has completely nullified any form of magic getting close to him. And it is still focused around him.
Okay, I forgot about that bit, I will admit. And I'm gonna go ahead and inspire your Laundriel.
Perfect.
Inspiration.
Laundriel, you get that inspiration. Hey, were you flying last time, you Laundriel?
No, not
forgot.
yet. But I have a 30-foot aura.
That's what I'm forgetting. Oh, can't do that here.
For my channel divinity.
I'm in the wrong layer. 30-foot aura.
Yes.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
That's all I
30
have
feet.
affecting me currently.
Okay, cool. Perfect. Right. It's a bonus action, and movement. Prologue, it's you, Yolondril, you're on deck.
Okay. Is this white wall still here?
Yes, it is. Crinlaw is still concentrating on the barrier.
Okay. Well, we're gonna go here. Would you say I'm in range or not in range at this point?
I would say you're in range with disadvantage.
disadvantage. Okay. And we are raging already.
Yes, you should be.
Mm-hmm.
You raged a
We
while
don't
back.
stop. We don't stop raging.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Yeah. Well, the question is, I know exactly what Prologue would do, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna step through this thing, or attempt to.
Oh boy, okay.
Ouch.
Strength saving through. It's going to be at advantage because you're raging.
Okay. That's an natty 20 for 29.
Nice.
It's Crinlaw, so his DC is pretty high. You made it. Though 29, it's not that high. You do, however, take 5d8 points of force damage.
Could you stop doing that, please?
7, 12, actually. Ooh, 19.
I don't suppose that constitutes a control spell.
Concentration, you mean?
No,
21.
I mean control.
No.
Okay.
24 points of force damage.
24.
As you
Okay.
successfully step through.
Okay, and then we're gonna actually. I think that's 50.
Do believe, though, keep this in mind as well, with your magic-y nonsense stuff, is there a way you could break Crinlaw's concentration on it? On the barrier?
I mean, if I hit him.
Oh, if you hit him. Oh, it's only if you hit him.
Yeah,
Okay.
not if you
Fishing
hit
for
him.
ideas. I was
Shit.
fishing for ideas.
Yeah.
Carry on.
So at this point here, I am within Yolandriel's circle, right?
Yes.
You agree on that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Axes to this guy.
Wunderbar.
And it's going to be reckless,
Ho-ho!
as you might expect.
Getting jiggy with it.
That's a natty 20 on the ooh-woo.
Your ooh-woo
Oh.
dice is frustrating.
Always roll those.
It's very frustrating. Okay, I have it calculated
You are
out here.
welcome.
Hang on.
Great.
Yeah,
great,
that was the
great.
best
Thank you.
Christmas gift you could have ever been given.
No, I'm saying you're welcome to you, Murray.
Me? Why am I welcome for this? I don't want my characters to get ripped to shreds.
It's only
Okay.
for the best.
So, 24 straightforward dice. You're rolling 3d8 and 1d6. Don't worry
Do I
about
get
the after
force
effects.
damage?
Yes, no, you don't. That is a good point. You don't get the force damage, so it's just 3d8 slashing, maximized to 24 points. Then you can re-roll, add your strength modifier, because all the magical qualities of your axe are gone when it's within its sphere. But you do still have
Okay.
your raw strength.
Okay, so I rolled 15
So 39, what's your strength?
plus 4.
Plus 4. 43 points of damage. Who said you need magical weapons to hurt people?
Who thought that?
Who thought that?
I don't suppose he's concentrating on this magical anti-magic sphere thing.
You can definitively know and say now he is not.
Okay, well,
It is an innate ability of his. It's
Okay.
just happening.
all right,
Unfortunately.
well, you know what else is just going to happen? Another axe to the face incoming.
Perfect. Okay, keep it coming.
29.
29 hits.
Okay, that's going to be a cool 14 slashing.
Okay, sorry. Maths in my head. You're doing great going at a good speed. My brain's not doing great at calculating. There we go. Cool.
And then that's the end of Rolog's turn.
End of
Okay,
Brolog's turn.
you
Listen,
get 22 temp HP. I rolled a 6 on my d6, so
whoo,
22.
boy.
I
That's
like
the
to hear
full.
that.
His hand reaching and extending out with this axe, slapping into the back of the unknown, cutting into his fibers and what makes him him. There's flesh underneath, you can tell, but it just knits right back together almost. It's dealing damage. There is blood visible on your axe. But even though you got a critical, he's not really disturbed yet. He's focused, staring at Crinlaw. Yolandriel.
Okay, well, first things first, I'm gonna step forward. That's 5. Wait, wrong thing. There we go. 5, 10, 15, 20. Well, since I'm behind the barrier, I can't really do, because this is this just like a barrier to prevent someone from walking through, or can magic go through?
So magic can go through, perfectly fine.
Okay.
This is a force. It's a force wall.
Gotcha.
You,
Okay. I just
it's
need
to help prevent
clarification.
people come from going through. The magic will go through perfectly fine, but you can tell as long as the anti-magic field's around, you know nothing magical is going to reach in there.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't concerned about that.
Cool.
I'm the cleric. Okay. Um Healing word, bonus action, level, what is this? 3 on Prologue.
Hey,
So that's 3d4. 1 second.
you're wondering being a
3d4
cleric.
5.
It's so rare. Actually, no, it's really common these days.
Yeah. 14 healed.
Oh, I think sure.
Mm-hmm. Actions.
14.
1 second. Action on myself. Healing hands. 16.
Ooh,
Let me
okay.
put that in real quick. Back up to 140. And continuing my line of dialogue from last week. If you don't remember, I asked him, or I said, the more he talks, the more I realize what his weakness was. And then I'm
figure it
going to
out?
say, your weakness is that you think you're going to win. You've convinced yourself that nothing can stop you. Well, these are the consequences. And that's my
Okay.
turn.
That was, yeah, there's a little twitch in the head motion for a moment. And the smile that's just been on his face falters for a moment.
That's all I needed. On to the next one.
That would be him. He continues looking forward at Criddenlawn. You're in my way. Now, there's a series of things that are going to happen here. It's the action, movement, and bonus action. I'm going to describe them all at the same time. He begins floating, and at the same time, his hand flicks upwards, and Criddenlaw launches 20 feet into the air. He mends his movement, moving 10 feet forward and 20 feet up, to finish.
Wait. Is he moving away from all Brologs?
He is moving away from all Brologs.
Oh, we're gonna take an opportunity attack then.
Brother
Go
Logarithm
for
is
it.
gonna smack him.
Oh, and don't move him yet, because he may not be able to move.
Oh, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a dirty 20.
A dirty 20 would typically hit him, but instead glances off of shield.
Okay.
As he moves forward, Crinlaw floating helplessly, he takes his hand and pushes it forward, and Crinlaw goes flying backwards, and then slams into this barrier where he gets shredded into a million pieces and turns to nothing. Goodbye.
I was gonna say that probably hurt, but it probably actually didn't hurt at all. It's a lot of pieces.
That's a lot of pieces. What you do see is a ripple, if I can get that selected. A ripple emanates all around this ridge. This is gone now. I can't do that there. I'm in the wrong layer again. There we go. Anything that passes through that ripple is immediately disintegrated. Something Crinlaw told you all while you're coming down here. You now know where it is. I'm going to make it go bye-bye again, because it doesn't stay visible.
By ripple, do you mean it's like moving outward?
No, by ripple, I mean like it looks like, at first, a watery surface that something's been thrown into.
Okay. I was like, I think everyone's about to die. That's moving.
That stuff's moving. He's now 20 feet in the air, and at the end of his turn, from the delightful little ground, your shadows wake up.
Oh, eat my undercarriage, sir.
That's his whole turn. I will ask Relly, who had the best side of his face, to give me a perception check.
Perception. Okay,
Yeah.
let's have a look-see.
Let's have a little bit of a look-see here.
That's going to be a 5. from
5?
Skillet.
You get nothing. I'm sorry, I
That's what I
tried.
expected.
I tried. Jartis.
Huh?
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 Oh,
Pierce.
seriously, huh? My Bluetooth connector. That was just funny timing. I was like, huh? And it's like,
It's like, oh hey, you just said it. We're just gonna disconnect here for a second.
Moment.
We believe in you. You got this. He can't even hear what we're saying, but we're still
Nope,
rooting
he
for
does
him.
not.
Rooting for you.
All right. Now we're back in.
Hey, there we go.
Do I have to make the wish right now?
Let me
Preferable.
let me speak as him. I might be about to answer your question. Ooh.
Oh, sorry.
How long do you think it'll take him to get through? Should we find out? How much of a risk do you want to take?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Okay, I missed the
Sajatis.
first part of what you said because my headset was nothing.
Being jiggy. I'll repeat what he said. How long do you think it'll take for him to get through? Should we play a little game and play some Risk?
I don't know if I like this game.
Well, if you don't like it, what's your wish?
Okay.
Alternatively, you could wait. There are 3 barriers. It will take him a little time. And I'm curious to see how your friends are going to do against his creations.
All right, I'm going to make the wish. All right. I wish for the true benevolent desires of each of the consequences to be fruitfully achieved and realized. So that has multiple effects, right? I don't know what they are.
Type that out and
But
send it to me
true-
so I can stare at it for a second.
What? What a fucking wish.
I admit I did not see that as
Language.
an outcome.
Language,
Sorry.
but yeah, what a wish. Whoo, boy. That was
So it's
a...
not just up to me. And this wording is hopefully going to bring something positive. So.
Does that mean that Brolog will admit that we're friends?
That is incredibly dependent on a few things.
Should the rest of us type out our deepest desires?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Deepest desires.
Reword that one more time
So
for us.
I wish for the true benevolent desires of each of capitalized the consequences to be fruitfully achieved and realized.
Goodness gracious.
This is what happens when you give an English major a week to
That
think
was
about
hard.
something like this.
That's exactly what happens.
That was hard.
Benevolent desires of each of the consequences to be fruitfully achieved and realized. Ooh, I found my hook. Tasty. Oh, You can't see a smile on this figure, but it gets a little closer to you and you can make out just that much more of their facial features as they shift unendingly between all the faces you've ever seen. The faintest little smile cracks. I knew you would give me something good. Well, consequences? What are your desires?
Give me
Your
a
true
minute here.
benevolent desires.
Your
Somebody else go
phrasing-
first.
Your phrasing is some real Lucifer stuff from that like DC show. Tell me, what is it that you truly desire?
Benevolent,
darling.
benevolent desires.
Tell me what your true benevolent desires are. I need to know.
I don't know. All week I felt like I was trying to trick some like evil djinn or something. Like,
Do you want us to say it or just type it out to you?
I would like... type it out to me.
Okay.
Type it out to me. In fact, actually, should we be incredibly unorthodox here and take our break now? It's only literally 30 minutes into the session,
We
but
could
I
take
feel
like a
like
quick 5 or
we need a
5,
quick
10.
little 5-10 maybe to
yeah, I kind
take
of
a
sprung
little
that on everybody.
contemplation.
I did not.
That was a good
This was
spring.
not planned.
Prologue is
Like-
mostly ready.
Behind the scenes,
So am
I
I.
didn't tell everybody
Mostly
my
ready?
wish at all.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I need to change
you-
like one or two words.
Okay, you know what? While they're figuring that out then, Jartis, let's engage in some dialogue. He'll have a little bit more fun with you.
Boy.
Let's save the break for the normal time.
Okay.
I can see
Somebody
so many
vamp. Do some
paths.
vamping.
Oh no, whoa. Jartis and I are talking, and
Okay,
Jartis
go
and
for it.
whoever this is. Nothing for the parents. Oh, but that is your true desire. You are a clever one, Jartis. How do you think it will affect the rest of them? What do you think I'll change in this world for us to fit your wish?
Well, one can't deceive oneself into thinking great power comes without a cost. I just hope the cost would be worthwhile.
But you've added so many different factors to it. It is not just your cost. It is the cost of the consequences.
But one could argue that life costs regardless, and it doesn't always end up benevolently, right? Someone could pay a very heavy price and never see that having any purpose or meaning.
Then you would think that the person who pays that price should see their purpose through.
If a price is paid regardless, shouldn't you want something good to come out of it?
Then that is what I'll do for Anubisai. I will grant her it.
Oh. I guess I said each of the consequences. There were quite a few of them.
Zarai
weren't
will
there?
have his answers. Aberrat will be allowed to spread. Paraspidus
Is that a benevolent desire of his?
Of Aberrat's? Yes, that is his all goal. Or their all goal.
Do we have the same definition of benevolent?
What is benevolency?
My understanding is well-meaning kindness.
What's your perspective of well-meaning, though? For whom?
I feel kindness expands that enough.
Yours, maybe.
One could argue that if they feel they are being kind, if their actions say the elimination of a group of people, is that a kind act?
For them? For you, no. For me, I just watch.
So what would a true benevolence then be to you?
To sit here and dabble.
Freely?
That is where I'm going to move away from you.
Ready when you are, boss.
Can you pop it to me in a message?
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
Same with you, Ethan.
Yes, 1 second. I'm just looking. Should we be carefully wording these, or
Yeah, good
can
question.
you just get the vibe of
Just
what
give
we're
me the
trying
vibe.
to say?
Give me the vibe.
Prologue's
I
not
just need to
actually
know the
saying
vibe.
these words.
Yeah, I just need to know the
Wishes are
vibe.
wordplay, right? Desires are real.
Okay, right. Perfect. I've got nice tangerines. Ethan, go on your spiel. Do spiel now.
Okay, so we have a merch store. All kinds of fun stuff you can buy. Albert Inn themed. And for all our other fun stuff that we do, just join us on Discord. It's a real fun time. There's a meme
It
channel,
is.
there's a music channel, all that good stuff. What else? Join us on social media for updates and fun little giveaways and stuff like that that happen occasionally from time to time. Albert Inn everywhere. No, screw it. I'll announce it since we've got a little bit of time. When Hate, Laugh, Love does come back, I'm thinking about changing up the format a little bit. Maybe making it a monthly thing. And I'm thinking working out a way for us to all kind of get together and watch a film and then talk about it. You know what I mean? I
That
think
would
if
be
we
fun.
do that monthly, I think
Discord
Yeah.
server party, watch the film,
Yes.
and then next 2 weeks, talk show.
I nominate Barbie.
or
for
like right after, like
What?
literally right after we watch it, just go live or something like that. Something. We'll figure it out.
Right. One of your things cannot be done at all. That would be you, Ethan, in your last
Yeah,
one.
probably.
That can't
Yep.
be done at all. So it's going to be a little rephrased.
What
did you There ask is- for?
I'm so curious.
There is a loud cracking sound at first. A break. The earth trembles a small amount and jars as you find yourself blinking with your hands on this bright crystal. And then you hear the collapse of someone who was in the air falling to the ground. The unknown, now on his hands and knees on the ground, coughs dust from his lungs and looks up. No! You! A genuine tear falls from one of his eyes You don't know what you've done. As he hardens, cracks, and falls into a small pile of dust on the ground.
Wait, that was
And
the
you're telling
baddie?
me you're telling me
That was a
my
baddie.
wish didn't work?
That's what your wish got changed to.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's what it got changed to.
Hey!
So it did work, semi. Just can't get rid of
The
all
wording, no.
danger
So I never,
in the
okay.
realm. That's not
So this
possible.
is what I said. I'll read it off so everyone knows. For the realm to be safe from danger, so I never have to do this blank again. So I never have to do this again. That's what the spell did.
That's what it did. Yeah, so you never have to do this again.
Yeah.
And you will never have to do it again. He just got Thanos'd. But you don't have
We
any
could
time to
also
celebrate
say-
as the ground around you is quaking rapidly and starting to rumble around. You can feel the earth breaking underneath. You can hear cracking sounds everywhere around you. I need all of you who are on the ground, which is all of you, to make dexterity saving throws.
What do we say? This is something that I can see.
You could see the rocks on the ground jumbling around until you're about to experience an earthquake strong enough to knock you on your butt. Yeah, sure.
Great.
That's going to be a cool 5.
Oh yeah, you're on your butt. You tumble
That's
over.
another natty 20 for 22.
Oh!
Bro, sure-footed.
19.
19. You managed to stay up as well, really? Jartis?
Nice.
It's a nat 20 for 22.
What? Yolanda, you're the only one who fell over. Come on, man.
Yep. Doesn't matter anyway.
He was so taken aback by his wish coming true.
So taken aback. With the cracking sound, and there comes a quick rip. And everything's quiet. The shadows are still around you, but they're not doing anything. They're not lifting any of their arms. There's just this slight whooshing noise coming from their head. The two by you, Brolog, look between each other. Then look at you. And they don't do anything. They wait.
Brolock will disengage 10 feet, see if anything happens.
You pull back 10 feet, stepping outside of their reach. And they still don't move.
Okay. So in that case, Brolog's going to spend whatever movement he has available to do things, to run towards Jardis.
Okay. This is free action at this point because of... This is what happens when you give someone a wish. Because of the wish, things have been resolved from what you can tell right now, quickly. The shadows are around and they're beginning to... The empty hole where their faces are... that are ever perpetually turning in on themselves like a whirlpool being sucked in, are beginning to look back and forth between each other.
I'm gonna, laying on my back, I'm gonna look up, see Brolog running, and I'm gonna say, check for the thing first! And then I'm gonna bamf out my wings, get off the ground, and grab Relly, and throw her on my shoulders.
While he's doing that, the one in front of you, Relly, the others are slipping away while his wings bamf out, as in they're just turning to the ground or walking into a wall. But the one in front of you reaches out his, what you would presume to be his hand. He does just look like pure shadow. And a small daisy just grows from it. And he hands it
That's
to you.
adorable. I accept the daisy,
And then he slips back into the shadow.
and I wave.
Right as Yolandriel's flying up and grabbing hold.
Nice.
How do you check for the barrier, Brolog?
So the wording I know is that no living thing or no thing?
Thing.
Thing. Okay. On the way to running there, I'll pick up a rock
And chuck it
and
through.
chuck it through.
Lands on the ground on the other side.
All right, we're going right through it.
Reach the point of the barrier. Pass through with no problem.
Okay.
Get up to where Jartis is. Crystal is still slowly pulsing with light. Doesn't look like it's changed. This is free run. What are you all doing?
Well, as soon as we're all together,
Yeah.
we're all, kind of
You all get
grouping
gathered up. Yeah.
What is the state of Jardis?
Hey, what's your state, Jartis? How do you feel?
Alive, right?
Yeah, you're alive. You look fine too.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like I could use a nice good berry in this trying time.
The state of Jartis is he's offering you a good berry.
There we go.
Does the emerald? Does the emerald still exist?
It does, yeah. It's still completely intact in the way it would be, in the way it was.
Okay.
Brolog, there is a peculiar thought
Oh, God.
that comes to your mind. You're really concerned about one of your best friends. You're really concerned about Remy.
Delicious.
Yes.
Brolock is immune to charm?
Brolog is he's
That
immune
ain't
to
it,
charm.
Chief.
Yes. Problem is, this is a wish spell.
Yes. We're friends.
Beyond charm.
It's beyond.
This is your reality now.
And his heart grew 3 sizes that day.
I will give you one thing you know for sure. It's not always been that way.
But we're buddies now.
Well, you feel like you're genuine best buddies now.
Brolock is quite confused by that. We'll go with it. Looking back, sees that Relly's with Yolandro, his actual best friend, and well then, she's doing well. We'll turn to Jardis and say, "What have you done, Jardis?"
I think a better question would be, what have you all done?
I do not take your meaning.
I spread the burden of my wish to
What wish?
the
What's
party.
wish? Wish for what?
So,
That stone gave you a wish?
yeah. That was there's a lot happening in the radiant light of the beyond. And I hope I did y'all proud.
What was your wish?
Wished for your true benevolent desires to be fruitfully realized.
Oh, nothing could go
And,
wrong with that at all.
Well, no great power comes without a cost, right?
Okay, so which one of you guys wished for that? I say to the dust pile on the ground.
Would I know an inkling of...
Turn around and it's not just the dust pile on the ground. There are several other beings now standing around that area. One of them is Hank. 2 of them, Yolandro, would be your parents. 2 of them would be your parents, Jartis.
Oh! Mama,
Let's see.
Papa.
Who else is there?
Like my real parents?
Your real
The
parents.
ones who sold me into
Yep.
apprenticeship?
Yep.
Put it kindly.
Your real parents. Real ones.
Oh, dang.
And when the turning around also happens, Brolog, you hear a whisper of your name. as you feel whatever it is your final tattoo to grow.
Okay. Can't remember where my other tattoo was. Yes. Okay. Yeah, it'll be an imprint, an exact replica of his lightning axe on his back.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay. Well, I'm guessing both me and Jardis, upon seeing our parents, well, I'm going to run to them and then immediately think in my head, okay, everyone needs to get out of the tunnel. Can we move?
When you start shouting when you're looking over, first off, Jardis, you've probably never actually seen your real parents, so these two
would I
people
even
are
recognize
just
who they are?
strange, foreign people. But you could probably deduce very quickly that these are your parents from what your desire was from last week that was talked about.
So is my last name Klinwalk? Is that something that I picked up, or was that
Probably
their
something you picked up.
Okay. So my
Tangerine's
name,
computer
nothing has a
froze.
connection to them,
Oh,
as far
no.
as I'm aware.
But when
Frozen time.
your laundry will start moving quickly to your parents and where they are, there are a few things you notice. One, your mother is very confused, looking around, not knowing where she is, and as soon as she hears, or as soon as she sees your father first, the frying pan in her hand drops to the ground with a loud clang and she runs over to him. He is wearing breastplate, a very sharpened sword, shield, helmet, and he's covered in blood, viscera, and mud. And there are several cuts and wounds all over his body. As soon as he sees her,
Normal stuff.
sword drops from his hand, shield drops from his arm, and he collapses onto his knees and she joins him and embraces. And then when they hear you, she looks up and, "You're Landriel!"
Okay, I'm gonna run up and I'm gonna hug both of them quickly.
Oh no!
She gone.
Lost really.
They gone.
And I'm gonna stand them both up, and I'm gonna say, we've got absolutely no time to talk about what's going on. So everyone, and I turn to all the people standing there, follow us out of here. We don't know what's about to happen.
Let's do that for now. Everyone's on the wrong screens, but it's okay. At least you can see everything.
Jardis is the dungeon master now.
Jardis is
Yes.
the dungeon master now. Oh no.
One
there we
wish.
go.
That was his wish.
To become the dungeon master. There we go.
You just see me morph into the background in Murray's camera. I'm like, hello.
Being very confused and really not knowing what to do. First thing you realize, Yolondriel, now that you've done a lot of healing, your father is on the brink of death. This is a different kind of conflict that he's been in. This is not like a typical jousting. This was a legitimate fight. You can tell.
Okay.
These wounds were meant to kill.
Okay, I'm gonna pop his ass. Sorry, excuse me. Pop him with a level 8 heal. 90.
Level 8 heal. Wounds seal up. His head lifts. Oh. Move now. Talk later. Gets your mother up on her feet. And grabs the other two people who are equally as confused to where they're at and starts moving them along. And Jardis, before you move, you get one last little whisper inside your ear of, "Those are your parents, by the way. Enjoy."
Oh.
Very quickly, I'm gonna go, Hank, how you doing? And then keep moving.
Yeah,
Thank you, son of a...
Really, just the person I want to talk to, actually. How would you like to take over the Boar's Head Inn? I think I'm done.
I'd have to run that past the family first, but
Great. I
You
think
know,
we're
that can
running
be-
now first, so maybe run
Yeah.
now. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And he starts running along.
Brolog's not running.
What do you do?
Is Rennie still being?
You might still be carried. I have no idea.
Brolog's gonna try to telepathy with this diamond.
Okay.
Emerald. He's going to say,
This is the wrong one. Whoops.
"Will you be safe here?"
It's quiet. Nothing.
Should I use my axe?
It's quiet. Nothing.
Okay, well.
Just pick up the shiny rock, and Relly can stick it in the bag with the other shiny rocks. It's fine.
It's
How big is this thing?
the size of about a 4-story block complex.
Okay. That's the sense I got.
It's big. Yeah, there's no way you can fit that in anything.
Bag of holding is bigger on the
No.
inside.
Two
Bag of holding has a strict limitation of
Just on each
500 pounds. It
Oh, it
wouldn't
does?
fit
I didn't
even.
know that.
Yeah. It's got a limitation
What
on
Okay,
it.
let's get realistic.
What if we got that? What if we got
Three.
that one
All right.
lady to sew us a giant?
Yeah,
Adorable.
Martha.
Adorable.
I'm gonna try a reckless swing.
Okay, go for it. Roll me an attack with advantage.
Oh man, are there consequences to shattering the giant emerald?
Well, I mean, you're living up to your name.
23.
23, you hit it. With a very loud ching! Absolutely
Anything-
no damage.
Oh, good.
Okay, Brolog's turning around and running.
Okay.
Give it a swing real quick. Just testing it out.
Eh,
You begin all running back the way you came. You see, you run into the point where you left Emla.
Wait,
who's-
there's a huge pile of rubble in our way.
There is, yeah. From the axe that
climb
finally
over.
went off. No, you can't climb over it. It's collapsed the entire tunnel. That's the kind of in the way. It takes a little bit.
Okay.
No. That axe was primed to do exactly this reason, and he's been carrying it around primed for exploding a very long time. I've been rolling for it to randomly blow up and never got the roll.
Oh, well.
So
that's good.
I'm a little sad about that, because it would have been funny if it just randomly, you're in the middle of a town, boom. But
That would have been pretty impressive, though. Gotta admit.
you find, while you're running along, Emlar half encased in the wall. And as you're running past, he says, hey, you mind helping me out? He threw me in the wall.
As I like skid to a stop because I almost missed him, and I turn around and I'm just gonna look at and I go,
Hey,
how?
I don't know, magic.
I'm gonna pull Jardis over. I'm gonna pull out my spellbook. Find something.
and we just
Oh,
have
I'm
what
gonna
we
make an
packed,
Arcana
right?
check.
'Cause-
I'm gonna make an Arcana.
Arcana? Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Is this carbonite?
The wall?
18.
What are you talking about? Carbonite,
Yeah,
what's
How
this?
did he get encased in it?
Magic. Yolondriel,
Well,
while you're
it-
flipping through, you see,
Oh,
oh yeah, mold earth. He might
Or
have done
Meltstone
something.
or whatever.
Meltstone, he might have done something in combination with the spell you know to literally shove Emlar into the wall and encase him in it.
Okay. How do I get him out?
Could I cast Freedom of Movement?
No. Unfortunately. Who is all... Oh, actually. Well, let's say... Your father, actually, he's just going to take the blunt end of a sword and just start smacking at the wall. I'm like, if he can't use it in a magical way, blunt force works. Piece and chips start coming off. Free his arm, and he can take care of the rest himself.
I'm just double checking because I literally looked at Meltstone.
Stone Shape would do it too.
Yeah, I don't have either of those readied up.
Two spells people don't usually pick up.
Nope.
Can I use
yeah.
Unseen Servant to help chip away at the
Yeah,
rocks?
yeah, you could.
Okay.
Starts
Then I
digging
do
itself away. You could do the whole digging with your nails thing with an unseen servant without damaging your actual nails. It's the most efficient way to dig, but bless you,
Thank you.
Toots.
I forgot I still have wild shapes.
Oh yeah, you could turn
Is
into
there
an
like
animal.
trying to
Turn
think of
into
some
a
digs.
star-nosed mole.
A giant star-nosed mole. You get him out in one scoop, just right behind him.
Bro, look, you've caught up to them by this point. They are digging Emlar out of the wall.
Axe to dirt.
Sweet. Jard is still flipping through. He's like, I got something, and I know, like, creature codex that he's got. For brevity, though, Jardis, I'm gonna say that you spend about 5 or so minutes and get Emlar out. And continue rushing upwards. There are plenty of dead creatures from the Unknown's armies filling these holes. The allies you left behind to help handle everything, they did exactly that. They helped out a lot. They kept the swarms from reaching you in the tunnels down below. While you're going, Emlar asks, hang on, that wasn't... You're alive. That means... Wait, did we win?
So far.
Certainly appears to be so, buddy.
I definitely won, seemingly.
Good job, Prologue. He's dead. That's what I mean.
He turned to
Apparently
dust.
so. The giant stone in there granted Jardis a wish. So if you want to thank anyone, thank him.
Ethan, where's your face?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Hello.
He's been swallowed by the void.
Swallowed by the void repeatedly. Giant Mike? What? Giant Mike, I just saw the word Mike and said that. Giant stone? Okay. He continues rushing up with you. You reach the doorway to the building. Get inside. You see that a few divisions even managed to fall back to this area, but they were overwhelmed by the swarms. While you're going up, there was no sign of Jack anywhere. Or any of his allies.
No reincarnation for him. Yeah, we keep going up, seeing if we could find any more survivors, I guess.
Prologue,
And then
while
once we get
you're
up there.
running through the city streets, the briefest glimpse of something on your left, in your eye, catches your attention. You find Storm calmly standing there, smiles, and you hear his voice say, "We're ready for you when you are."
Borlaug will say, I am ready now.
Who's got a high perception check? It's going to be Jardis and Eulandriel.
Mm-hmm.
The two of you notice Brolock stopped walking, or running.
Okay. I'm gonna tell everybody to slow down, and then I'm just gonna go take a look at Brolog, like come around his side and like look him directly in the eyes.
The tattoos seem to be glowing.
Okay,
Am I still being piggybacked by Eulandriel?
probably.
In that case, I too am there and probably around Brolog's eye level for the first time ever. And I'm just kind of like lean over and wave and be like, hey buddy, how you doing? What's going on here?
I don't know what's happening, so I'm not sure if I'm allowed to talk or not.
You wished to ascend to godhood through the holiness of your tattoos.
Right.
What's happening?
Right.
Okay, great.
Right now.
He said he's ready right now.
He needs to
you're
admit that we're friends first. I need that.
Okay, I'm gonna grab his arm and try and like deduce what is happening. No.
You can freely reply all you like, Prologue.
Oh, okay.
You okay?
My holiness has seemingly achieved its peak. And it also seems as though it is time to ascend. I assume Jardis is there.
That's up to you, Jardis.
Yes.
Brolog will say to Jardis, Jardis, for your long-standing battles by my side, and for this excellent gift, you are my friend. Your enemies are my enemies.
It's like
Oh yeah.
true achievement. You're now an Eagle Scout.
This guy's living to retirement for sure now.
I don't think Brolog needs to say anything else unless anybody else says something to him.
I'm gonna look Brolog directly in the eyes and I'm gonna point up.
I will bow respectfully to
I'm gonna
Brolog.
go.
It was part of my wish, mate. You have to admit it.
You wish to
Friends.
specify friends to the consequences.
And I said officially friends, especially with Brolog.
In
I
parentheses.
clarified.
So it is in there, and is an unfortunate thing of wishes. They are powerful enough to do exactly that. It's why I usually say no, unless in these circumstances.
Officially friends. I need confirmation before you become a god and never are seen again.
It's like you've got the lasso of truth around you. You cannot deny it.
Really, I do feel that you and I, are friends.
Yeah!
I could not remember the reason for that. Do you recall?
Personality, most likely.
That is impossible.
And also all of the ridiculous, huge monster thingies we fought along the way, like the dragon, and the not Marcus, and the trees, and the lich, and the whole shenanigans. Those witch ladies back in the swamp, who apparently were hags, but were babes to me, you know, all that
What swamp?
tomfoolery. Oh, in the Feywild, were you not there?
Nope.
What? No! Well, I was there.
That sounds more like it, I admit. Very well. I do not remember saying the words, but it is important as words are important. You are my friend.
Yes!
Your enemies are my enemies.
With this, Relly will like shove off and fall down from Yolandriel and will just run over and hug probably like his calf. We're friends.
I'm gonna extend my arm for one of these handshakes.
Brolog's definitely gonna give one of them, and then with his other hands, give Relly a little head pat.
Yes.
I'm gonna say, see you soon, bud.
Oh, I'm sure you will.
His form begins to become fairly translucent. And with mere matter of moments, Brolog is no longer there.
We boot scoot and boogie, trying to find everybody else. I'm gonna shoot out a message.
Your mother, while you're turning around and putting your fingers up to your head for the message, goes, "He seemed like a really nice boy. You've made some good friends here, honey."
Well, nice is not a word I'd use to describe Rolla, but he's a good guy.
Literally
then-
watches someone ascend. Seems like a nice
He
boy.
seems a nice
Seems like a
boy.
nice, sweet boy.
Not
I'm
a
gonna-
tame lion.
with sending, who should I? I'm gonna send out a message to King Shago. Actually,
Ooh.
no.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna go because he was kind of nearing his last leg, so I'm gonna go with Nero. Actually, just
Okay.
I'm gonna hedge my bet a little bit. And I'm gonna ask. We're out of the tunnel. Where is everyone? It's done.
The reply you get back is City Square. Hurry. My father won't last much longer.
Okay. I am going to. What's the light situation right now?
That's a great question. Now, my normal answer would be nope. But something you haven't realized, your wings haven't ended.
Oh, they have.
Even though it's been more than a minute.
I'm gonna turn around.
They're not done.
I'm
They have
gonna
not
turn
ended.
around.
You,
They're still.
your dad
still here?
looking at the back of one. These are new.
Yeah. I'll explain. Very, very quickly. You two, and I'm gonna point at Jardis and Relly, and I'm gonna say, get the rest of them to the city square. Emlar, you're with me now. And we are going to fly there. The way
Nice.
the crow flies, as it were. Get there
Yeah,
quicker.
you both can fly perfectly normally. Perfectly normal. It's not normal, people. Flying is not normal,
It's not normal.
but for
It's
them
not
it is.
Relly's just gonna grab like the hand of two random people and just start like pulling them towards the city square. You heard the man, let's go.
And you start dragging Jardis's parents to the city square, as Yolondriel's father and mother have already started moving along with quick speed. Hank's just kind of standing next to you, Jardis. Do I know you? I don't know. City Square. He starts running along. Make post haste to City Square and find King Shago on the ground being held by his daughter Kostia, with Nero standing nearby. Seeing and hearing more so, the two of you land. He turns. The armies are gone. Did you notice it? Andrea has its own island now. That's the first time you realized you're above the clouds. You are now on a floating island of Andrea's own. The island of Zaledo. I'm not sure where we are, but at least it's over, right? If you don't mind, my father's a few words for you. He turns around and starts walking away. You're muted.
Sorry. I said before he said that, I was going to ask, what's going on? And then he says that.
He will
Let's
say
just
that, yeah, which is still a reply,
Mhm.
oddly enough.
And then I'm going to kneel down.
Corsia, who's crying currently, obviously, and she hasn't seen him in over a cycle, and now he's dying in front of her. Just offers you a brief glance. and smile with the tears down her face. And Shago, who you can see now, the illusion's gone. He looks like a mummified corpse. Still barely alive and able to speak. Eulondriel.
What I'm going to do as soon as he says that is I'm going to put my hand on the mummified part of his face, and I'm just going to speak through my circlet and say,
Okay.
save your words.
I'm afraid I can't, because there aren't very many of them left. You play a major part in this world now, Eulondriel. Don't be a fool and waste it like I did. You are the voice of the deities. They speak through you. You have a job to do. And it's not going to be easy. Now that they're all back, people are going to need your voice to guide them. If I could give you any wish, is that you take it seriously.
I will.
And I know my son's going to hunt down my brother. You may not be able to join him, but please, aid where you can.
I'm just gonna nod my head at him, and I'm just gonna ask, is there anything I can do to ease this?
No. It is my own willpower keeping me alive now. What you can do is get my son over here, so that I may draw my last breath.
Okay, I'm just gonna look over at him, and no.
He turns his head and steps over towards you, and while you're passing by, where's Crinlaw?
Which one was Grim?
He dead. He was killed at the beginning of this, shredded into oblivion.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
oh yes. The
Not
dwarf.
Marcus.
Marcus.
I'm gonna
Portal.
put my hand on his shoulder, and I'm just gonna.
At least it was quick. At least it was a quick death. And he walks over towards his father. Just about when everyone else is arriving. While you are all running through, I have something for you, Brolog, in a moment, but while Relly and Jartis and the others are running through the city, you can see there are mixed emotions everywhere. There are soldiers, people fighting who had been fighting, injured citizens, just bystanders. Standing in both confusion, joy, well, in all of confusion, joy, sadness, a whole mix of emotions, as this city has been quickly brought to ruin. The beautifulness of it that you first witnessed when you got here at the start is gone now. And you can feel the chill now of the wind and the air going around. It's a lot colder than it was, and it's nowhere near as humid as it was inside the swarms.
Question.
Yeah.
Can we see Ukto? Is he
No.
like on the floating island?
You don't see him
Is he-
anywhere.
Much concern for my large friend.
You rush on, passing by a few faces. Folia, who sees the running. What of everyone else? Are they okay? That's to you, Relly and Jartis, if either of you want to reply.
There have been some casualties, as is to be expected in a time such as this, but for the most part, we seem to have made it.
Okay, who's we in this situation? I'm now suddenly glad that Brolog has the creed. Who's we?
As far as I'm aware, the only true fatality in this situation was Crinlaw.
Good.
And Jack.
Ooh, to
Well, we
clarify,
don't know if he's
that's an
dead,
assumption.
though.
You don't know if he's dead. He just wasn't
He's
there.
just not here.
But he also could be very dead. He could be disintegrated into nothing. Because, yeah, the Unknown's been known to do that. Who knows?
It's the only thing they know about the unknown.
That's why she
When-
specified, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah. When you say that, she just takes 2 steps back. Back to the wall of a building, and she slumps down onto the ground. Thank the gods. Finally takes a breath.
Prologue's now one of them.
Oh, crap. And you continue moving on. It's-
I am going to talk with Emlar. Find out where Eula is. Ish.
She'll show up in probably a few minutes, running around, checking up on everyone, making a run pass through here, sees you, skids to a salt. You know how fast she can move, so it's literally skidding with the back heels. Then runs over to you and tackles. Just as Rowley, Jardis, your parents, and Jardis' parents and Hank are walking up. Oh, that's another thing that Folly would say as well. Wait, Hank? Very confused to why he's here. He's not a fighter.
He's just Hank.
And she grabs the side of your face and starts thinking, knowing that because she still doesn't have a tongue right now.
Mm-hmm.
Starts thinking, you're alive. I mean, I thought it was a success in the lower end when they started running, but... And then oh, wow, the city's in the air. Did you realize that? We're floating. We're flying right now.
Yeah, just a couple minutes ago I noticed. You alright?
Yeah, I'm... Well, tired, exhausted. As soon as the adrenaline goes away, I'll probably crash for like 3 days, but... She's just arms around your neck, feet off the ground, relying fully on you holding her up.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna say, you're cute when you're worried, but I got some people you need to meet.
Oh. And your parents walk up and you hear your mother say, My, Yolundriel, who's this? Hi, hello, I'm Yolundriel's mother. Good to meet you. And your father
I'm
just
going
goes,
to...
You did well.
I'm gonna hold on to Eula's hand and my mom. That way we can have a conversation through me.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to say, and also, this is Emlar. Technically my brother.
Aye. Long story. Hey, I thought we were gonna wait till after to get your parents here.
Once again, you can thank Jardis for that.
Jardis. Thanks. Saves me a trip.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I continue to make
Anytime, brah, brah.
introductions and stuff, and loveliness. And I can't wait for Jardis to meet his parents.
Speaking of, there are 2 people who are probably more confused, more justifiably confused than everyone else as to why they are here.
They're just chilling at home, doing a puzzle, and all of
Doing
a
a
sudden,
puzzle
it's
and
like...
suddenly slap. You're in the middle of an earthquake, thing that's happening around you, getting torn into the air, who knows where. There are 2 people, satyrs, much like yourself. Little taller, less rounded, but looking fairly confused. What you would presume to be your mother is holding your father. It's not the other way around of your father holding your mother. It's your mother holding your father, comforting him, as she's confidently holding a kitchen knife still in one hand. Being prepared, and your father who's looking a little worried. He's a little more rounded on the cheeks, and there's paint on various pieces of his garb. What do you do?
Well, I'm kind of getting a vibe, like Patrick from SpongeBob. All those people are hiding under his rock. And he's like, "Who are you people?" So I'll just kind of gently approach, good berries in hand. Say, I believe I am your son.
Oh, is that a good berry? He launches over and grabs one, pops in his mouth, and tasty. Very good, very good.
Now that's a good berry.
Indeed, very good berry. I'm sorry, did you just say you were my son? Our son, fool.
I believe so.
You... Jartis?
Oh, yes.
Oh, look at him, he does actually. He's got your eyes. Oh! And then suddenly your father just gives you a huge hug.
Nice.
Like, so sorry. Deals, contracts. Nothing we can do.
No hard feelings. I do wonder, though, why you never came to look for me, ever?
He looks back at your mother's complication of the fact that we're reliant on an artist's income. And it's not good when he's not actually good.
Okay, with my passive perception, am I catching any of this conversation? Because if I am,
I'm going to say your hot tail inside your own conversation of introducing Eula to your parents and Emla.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you'll be a little distracted, unfortunately. He's like, well, I've been doing better. I started doing less abstract, more realist. You're a center of most of my pieces, actually, Jartis. I have regretted making the deal I went into a long time ago. Yes, it's his fault. It's your father's fault. Listen to him. Look, we wanted to, but it was part of the deal we made with the individual. Besides, you look like you lived a comfortable life. He grabs your cloak and tugs a little bit. It's very expensive looking. You've been far more comfortable than what you would have ever been with us.
I feel like comfortable is a very generous word to use there. But yeah,
how do you mean?
Been doing too bad.
Have you been getting into mischief?
A few times.
What? Your mother, who lifts up the knife, and like, I don't care if I haven't taken care of you my whole life. I am still your biological mother who nearly killed you. I will kill them.
Oh, they're all dead now, but...
Oh, good, you already did the job. I'm proud of you, son.
But boy, I sure felt like, ever seen one of those games that kids play where they just hit a rock with a stick? That was quite often the rock.
Oh. Well, you'll have to tell us more about it. If you would like us to be part of your life, that is, I mean, we would, but it's...
You know how we can make this all better?
How?
We should start a family band.
Ooh!
And I whip out my sham.
Your father
Not to
whips
play
out
it,
his,
but to show him.
His penny whistle.
Oh,
Not
yes.
penny whistle, penny flute. Like, I can as well.
Flautist,
Your mother can
shamist.
too.
Play the spoons.
No. She pulls out this small little intricate device and puts it in her mouth and just twang.
Ah, nice.
jaw
The
harp.
jaw harp. Nice. We're
Oh,
already a family band.
I think
Does
I
he
think
have
our
a
local
jaw
bard
harp?
has a jaw harp. He does.
Oh, yay.
One of the least loved instruments, the jaw harp.
Play a
Wow.
Satoon.
Peter, I love having you part of this.
Play a Satoon.
Thank you for being a musician.
We need to find out what the family band will
I
sound
can't
like.
play it. I just have one.
You just have one.
I also have bagpipes too. Can't play those either.
What? I'm suddenly
Well,
jealous.
I can make them drone, but I can't make them sing.
I thought about doing the bagpipes as well, actually, but jaw hop. You got to give some love to it. But she pulls that out and gives you a twang. I'm like, yes, I can.
Like we're already halfway to our debut album.
What are we going to be called?
The actions of our consequences.
Jardis and the Clinwalkers?
Oh, we're not.
Oh,
We're not clean
my.
walkers.
I am.
You're a we can change our last name. No. Actually, wouldn't mind. That'd be okay. It's better than the Bart Fluffers.
Oh, I don't know.
No, that's our
Jardis
last name,
and the
Bart
Fart
Fluffers.
Bluffers. How about we just do a little switch around?
That was an accident. I didn't mean that.
Fart Bluffers.
Clean walkers. It's much better. Better ring.
But they're regretting letting me know my true heritage.
Your father, who clearly, you get the sense he is he's oblivious to a lot of situational things. He has not noticed the fact that there are dead people all around him. And is just engaging you in conversations, very suddenly being part and trying to learn who you were. And your mother is doing much the same, asking a lot of questions, trying to get to know and understand you better. If you do anything with that, that's up to you, but you wanted to know who they were, so you know who they are now.
Nice. We already have a nice family dynamic. Completely losing sight of our surroundings and just talking to each other.
Just talking to each other. A scene from the hours passing by. Actually, no, hang on. We have one more thing. Hank with Relly. Hank. Alright. Hey, what's up? I've been thinking about the whole recipe thing, and I realized I'm tired. I'm getting old. I want to try something new. Somewhere new, somewhere different. I want to try something different. But I'm not just going to close down the Boar's Head anywhere. I'm not just going to, turn it to nothing. Got a great franchise, plus new business opportunities opening up with Laban now opening their borders. It's a great time. And Quayla coming in. Just come on. Take control. You can change the name of it. You can make it the Wayside Wagon, Wayward Wagon, whatever it is your place is called. You can rename it to
Branding isn't cheap. Branding isn't cheap.
No, it's not. January.
Relly's just kind of staring at him, thoroughly unimpressed. Arms crossed, leaning back on her heels. Really? That's all you gotta say? After all you've put the tumbleweeds through,
Your competition. You wouldn't close normally. I tried inserting a Boar's Head into the town, but you outclassed us. I had to...
So you resort to petty thievery
Yeah.
and slander.
Uh-huh. Done it before, I'm not ashamed of it. But you outclassed
ought to
me.
be.
That's your thoughts. I don't see the energy usage being worth it.
I'll have to run it past the family first before I make any decisions.
Well,
But I have a stipulation that as long as your new business opportunity does not involve yet another competitor to the Wagger's Way.
Oh, I'm leaving. I'm straight leaving. There's a whole new continent that I never knew about. I'm heading there.
I'll run it past the family and take it into consideration. I'll circle back with you.
Well, if you don't, I'll be giving it to someone else, and then there'll just be competition for you, so... You think
Truthfully,
about it.
Relly doesn't know what the family wants to do with it. She's just been like a glorified waitress, so does not make the business decisions.
He turns. Well, while you're thinking about it, I think, oh, yeah, there's. I need to find an alleyway. And he runs off to an alleyway, and you quickly hear a. Whoa! As he notices all the dead bodies around him. He's not a fighter.
I'll hand him a piece of ginger root as a peace offering.
Thank you. And he keeps going.
At some point during this time period, if it's all right, I'm not sure what's feasible at this point.
Your prologue's a god now.
Right. The gauntlets of teleportation should appear in Yolandriel's hands.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Well, after you fade, Prologue, there is a moment where all you see, you don't feel your body, or... I actually have a song for this. You don't feel yourself. You feel air, the earth, the planet itself. You sense the whispers of people on the surface. You hear, for the most part right now, in the region you are focused on, nothing but praise and thanks being given. Not to any deity in specific, but all of them. And you feel a second presence. How does it feel, Prologue? The Andrea.
It feels like victory.
When I first ascended, it felt like freedom. I suppose for each one, it can be interpreted the way they want. For you, it feels like freedom. For me, victory. Thank you. God, almost twice in a row. For me, it feels like freedom. For Teus, it felt like glory. And for Fine Storm, Zayden, I should say, it felt like knowledge. How will you proceed?
I will protect my friends and the followers of the Creed.
As one should. You do need to still build your following. Trust me when I tell you what you feel now is nothing compared to what you will feel when you gather a strong following. It gets so much more. What would you like to be known as? We do have a voice on the planet right now. We can let him know.
That is a silly question. I am Prologue.
In Andrea, I am Andrea, the Wanderer. and Iridai, Alia the Gracious. Do you think you'll be known by the same name everywhere? When I ask, what is your name? I more mean what you embody. I am freedom, the movement, and change in lives, and how it shifts and ebbs and flows with every one of your actions. Ateus is the action of war, fighting, conflict. Each of those bring them strength. And for myself, it brings me strength too. The trickster is thievery and trickery. But you must choose a title. What would you like to embody?
I embody the creed. It is firm and not giving, but forgiving should there be asked for. I embody the creed.
The unyielding.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
You hear
Which
a
is-
little whisper in your ear because
which
it
is
goes both ways.
literally
The
what I was
unyielding.
about to say, stealing my lines. I think the unyielding is good. We'll see what your people
That
say.
seems right. Well, I will tell the clans. I don't know if I can. Brolog's gonna try to telepathy all of the Loxodon and Troll clans that are heading towards Nutra. And can I do that before I even bother saying?
You can speak directly to Yolondriel.
Oh, only Landriel.
He's the voice of the deities. It's his
Okay,
role.
okay.
It's his job.
Okay. Well then,
He works for you now. He always worked for you.
Yolandriel will hear this message. Yolandriel, my friend, please make the clans aware that Brolog the Unyielding has ascended.
You're muted.
You're muted.
I'm gonna look directly up in the sky, even though I know that's not how it works. And I'm gonna go, gotcha, bud.
Right when you're bringing your
And then-
hand down, the braces of teleportation appear on your grasp.
Those will be for later.
Ooh! Eula says, or makes the noise as she grabs us and slaps them on herself.
Nice. I will have to use a higher spot of level 4, if you will allow it.
You can always go up. You just can't go
Send a
down.
message. Yep. And I'm going to tell his mother directly. I believe that is the best
Okay, yeah. Yeah,
choice
that's a
in
good,
this situation.
good path on that point.
And I'm going to say, Beatrice, mother of Brolog, let the clans and the trolls know that Brolog the Unyielding has ascended. And then I'm going to add at the end as just a little Yolanda. Just so you know, without your son, this wouldn't have happened. And then I'm going to sign off.
The response you get back is, understood. I know.
Yeah. The response I expected, but still.
But while you're looking, Brolog, in fact, actually, you could probably see, from your standpoint, the Loxodon tribes and trolls marching to Nutra, as you realize this island is no longer above the collective territories, but has found itself situated perfectly above the city of Nutra. And you see why as well, as 8 or so of these thin gold lines come from the center of it. Well, we can continue watching, or you and I can continue watching, or, and you feel your gaze shift towards these series of small, dark dots quickly approaching the island. It's the flying fleet of Shallows. This time frame, it would be just around Nutra. And a sudden island flying in the air, appearing out of nowhere? Yeah, they're gonna redirect course and go that way. And check it out. No one else knows what's happened yet. Except for the people of Zillido. What would you like to do, Prologue? Watch a little longer? Or would you like to move on? To learn more about your new role?
I think Elandril has it in hand. Proceed.
Vision shifts and moves as you pull away and start traveling around and seeing all of the sights, the other locations of the other islands, and hearing about what the deities of Nathriel are doing in response to the new information that you've quickly learned is even new to them. You learn quickly that Andrea, Alia, was the first deity of the current deities of Nathriel. They weren't the first batch. There were more before them. The rest of those details, though, I'm going to leave for the future because they will continue coming out as time comes by. What we are going to do now is do a little shift of time and progress things through. Prologue, it'll be more of a shift of time to tell us and how your clans and the trolls progress and grow inside Nutra and the little details that you had your fingers in. For everyone else, it'll be what your characters do. Also, Prologue, it'll be your influence and how you try to start spreading your influence around the world of Nathriel. Before that, though, I think we're going to go to break. Because it's the actual time for the break. And wrap up can take a while.
Let's go.
Can definitely take a while. So let's do that now. And
That was so much easier than the first time I killed him.
yeah, it was, wasn't it? That was a very well worded wish, Jartus. There was very little I could play around with that to make it a pain.
You gave the English major, you fool.
I gave the English
You
major
absolute
a week.
fool.
I am a fool. But at the very least, now I get to play with Anubis in a lot more fun of a way in the future. That'll be great.
Just say, I may or may not subscribe to the Monkey's Paw subreddit. Let's just.
Right, everyone. For now, we will see you in 15 minutes as we go through what these characters are doing for the retirement because they succeeded.
Not
We'll be
dead.
right back.
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind? Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael How Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael How Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael How Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 for the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
I'm Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hello, everybody.
Fine
All
store.
campaign, all I wanted was to pass wisdom saving throws, and I never do.
Even with advantage?
I have advantage. I have plus. All my feats almost have all been going into that direction. No.
Oh, that's awesome.
Consent is always important.
Agreed.
You're next.
Why am
totally
I
not dead.
so bad at this game? Jeez.
Might be genetics.
Attack first. Think never. Hey, folks.
You feel a definite pulse of magical energy as you shake his hand.
You just made a deal with the devil.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Roll a will save.
There's more up there? We have to... I fucking hate this level.
We could have been playing Valheim.
Dog, dog, dog. Save me, save me. Where are you? Get in front of me. Get in front of me. Get in front of me.
I'm coming. I was marking the cave.
Dogs. I'm gonna send them. Ah! Get the dog. Help.
Hello, folks.
There. Apparently, I can't remember your name at all.
Who's Ingrid?
You.
You.
Me?
Irving.
Oh.
Yes, because I can't drink. Wow. Why am I having such a hard freaking time with names today?
You called me Murphy twice before
Yeah.
we even started.
No, but I'm working here.
Alrighty, naked.
That's a good drawing, right? Damn right, Zach, that's good.
Good. Oh my gosh.
Love it.
Thank you.
Wow.
With someone.
Wait, you just said they had a book.
That being
Yes.
said, we will.
Yes.
And then you emphasize that there is a book.
Holy! Way to catch on to that like a minute and a half late.
There's books, there's diaries, there's maps.
Wait, there's a book? We have not been consistent with this at all, have we?
No.
I'm not even going to try and pronounce most of those. Wow.
Yeah, they had a sale on apostrophes that day.
Hello, everybody.
I don't know what's really going on. Hi!
We have you on speakerphone.
I was just gonna say, this is one hell of a collect call, man. I didn't know he knew infallible relay.
Does anyone know what the rates are? I don't have that much gold.
Did you know back in the old days, in the medieval times, they used to put lanterns, hang lanterns out on front of horses to help them navigate during nighttime?
Oh.
It was the first recorded instance of satellite navigation.
I enjoyed the live action The Avatar movie.
Oh, baby Baba Luba. And burble as it came.
No!
Can I get a oh yeah?
Oh yeah!
Oh yeah!
If you're only to be addressed as you as your own person, what do I do if there's like a whole bunch of y'all?
You may use titles as, I would say, the trolls. You may use the consequences if
Okay.
you would like.
So
You
y'all
may-
is off the table.
Y'all is an abomination.
A whole bunch of y'all.
Too late.
That's when you guys look over and see what once was Jitters descend slowly onto the ground, trampling towards you as its head from top to about past the sternum splits like that into a toothy maw that is its whole body. Rawr. Hello and welcome to Hate, Laugh, Love.
Everybody knows if it's green and it's slime,
You went that
it's booger time.
The show where we talk about movies.
He starts hopping on the way, and when you look back, there's Handor and Grace. Grace looking just frowning perpetually, and Handor just smiling ever so gracefully. And Finestorm, you see on their lips, Handor say, "You think they'll make it?" And Grace go, "Not a chance." Hi everyone, we're back. Ethan.
So you want me to pronounce?
Yes, I would love you to pronounce that.
Leicester.
Well, yeah, I would just say Leicester.
Cheated. You cheated. So yes, it's pronounced the way Brolog did. Leicester. Leicester. It's Leicester.
Like we were saying before, you guys never get to complain about us dropping
It's
U's
Leicester
out of words.
sauce?
When you will
like red
drop
Leicester, the
you will drop the word ice from a word, right? You will drop the entirety of another word
Hi
from
everyone.
one word.
We're back now. We triggered each other with language because, English, American, there's a lot
God
of
forbid
different...
we spell color or armor differently than you guys.
Alright, we're gonna do something different a little bit. This is the end of the campaign, and to tell the audience and VOD squad out there what's going on, 3 of the players here have never experienced a long-term campaign ending before. So we're going to go through this with a descriptive mindset, kind of explaining the process of how it goes, as well as letting them experience it. For an example here, our next campaign is going to be starting 35 years after the events of Tales of Andrea. So we're only going to go up to that time frame. Because once we're done here, guess what? Your characters are NPCs, they're mine. From that point forward, they're mine. So, 5 years. I will tell you what happens first in the first few days of, or solas, as we're going to be calling them in campaign 2, Duty or Die. The first thing that happens is the consequences, those of you who remain, including Zorai, who will be there for this, and a version of Aberrat, are invited to Xenos for the funeral of Shaco. You were brought to the heart of the island, to its own stone, as Shaco is given his last rites. And fun little fact, Peter actually wrote a funeral song that I never got to translate to Magus for any kind of composition because I'm way too busy, but that does exist. Thank you, Peter. You're awesome. But the rites they proceed on is their body is brought to the stone where they again join with it. The body fades and becomes part of it. Never in the history of the Magus has anyone other than a Magus been allowed to one of these funeral rites. So all of you being invited in is a brand new thing for it. A few years go by, a full peace treaty is signed between Recloria, Shalos, and Lebon, bringing the continent to its first peace after hundreds and hundreds of years of conflict. King Tagorin and Chancellor Taldwin work together very well on how to make the mainland work. And Grand Admiral Lars brings the Shalos and all of its little city-states now to help with transportation and outreach. They all work well together, for the most part, especially with the guidance. That is from the new queen of the Quelas, of Quela, Queen Kostia. Now it is elected as a dual reign, as is tradition for most Magus. It is King Nero and Queen Kostia. They rule in tandem. However, King Nero leaves soon after the inauguration on a hunt to find his uncle. What are the little bits? Emlar retires. He's done. He's tired. He retires back to Zarthor, returns home, and takes place of his biological father in this world 3 cycles after, when he dies of natural causes. Old age. He was already an old man. To become the new chief of Zarthor. Under the Shalos, yes, but running his own island. an easy retirement compared to all the rest of his lives. Eula is given her tongue back very quickly. Callus whips up another potion.
The boy.
The boy, the child
good time
wonder.
boy.
The good time boy. Around the same time that he will be giving you, Relly, an explanation to how the mansion works. He shows up probably the day after
lore.
being
what everyone's
pulled,
been waiting for.
being pulled by supernatural reasons to show up out of nowhere. And while he's whipping it up, he starts explaining. All right, so hold this for a second, okay? Thank you. The way a mansion works is it sends little outreaches out. Like when you're eating food, sometimes, especially if it's dolphin, actually dolphins are really easy to attract. So, you know, it takes the dolphins in, and then lovely little turtle, he eats the dolphins, and then the dolphins get moved to where the mansion is over on the top of it, to a chute where we can pick them up and then butcher them for the actual processing of eating the meats. The other stuff, though, is created by the mansion through magical means. It's grown inside one of these rooms where it just creates whatever you want, whatever you need at the time. And when it's grown, it's like a normal actual thing. But have you ever seen like a creature that just doesn't have any cognitive ability to withstand or discern whatever it is around there? Yeah, it's kind of like that. So there's no actual presence of life inside this form. It's just the meat itself and the body itself. It's like growing, like a vessel of something that you haven't put anything inside of yet. Kind of like that, right?
Yet I must scream.
Yeah, kind of ishy. But basically just a meat sack for using. But we use it to eat. So we grow the thing and then we eat it. So technically it is of the house because the house is doing the growing of the meats. But it's not the house because you're not actually eating house. Although the house is its own living being, and the little butlers inside are these growths of that being, kind of like what Abrat is. You know, you got those mycelial growths of fungus going everywhere and those mushrooms sprouting out from different spots, but it's all the same thing. That's what the butler is. He's those little mycelial growths growing inside of it and then sprouting out and giving you explanations and helping out and maintaining the innards and the outsides of it. But really, the house is one giant mimic. With a conscience.
You just found out how the sausage was made.
Huh? If anything, that only served to confuse me further. But thanks for trying, kiddo.
Well, that's the basics
The wish
of
is
it.
yet to be fulfilled.
Like what
Plain
confused
until you
you?
get-
What's confused? I don't understand how that's confusing.
So,
It's a great start. You're doing great.
so there's a meat greenhouse inside of the mansion.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a regular greenhouse within the mansion as well. That's
Mhm.
not for me.
One's
really
called
this-
the greenhouse. The other one we call the meat house.
Uh-huh. So, like that one time I asked for a bagel, I assume you did not have a bagel plant, so how...
Oh, we just
Do
grew
you
it.
have... You grew a whole bagel.
Yeah, grew a whole bagel. Magic. It's great, isn't it? You can do whatever you want if you have the right spell.
What?
Here, I'll show you. And he starts mixing other concoctions, and he shows you a way of creating the substance where when you wet it, it just grows into its own bread. To give you, Tangerine, an idea, the film Star Wars, the 7th episode, that green bread that Rey eats, that's a legit real thing. They created that so they didn't have to use special effects. He starts doing things like that, creating these weird foods that really blow your mind.
So what happened to that doorknob?
What doorknob?
I took a doorknob to figure it out, to try to figure out if it was a
Oh,
food. But then when
did
we
you-
left, it went away.
Oh, you
Was
left the house,
doorknob
that's
made
it.
of
No,
food?
no, that's it. The doorknob wasn't made of food. The doorknob was part of the house. You can't take parts of the house outside of the house because it's like if I tried to remove your heart and expect you to still work. It wouldn't work, right?
But the food is part of the house.
The food is part of the house because it's part of the magic of the house. It's not actually, you're not actually eating the house. Oh my gosh, did you think you were actually eating the house this whole time? What? No. You're eating part of the house, yeah, but that's because it's made from the magic of the house. Magic is part of you too.
So the Joffreys aren't made of food, and the bagel isn't made of Joffrey, and none of them are made of house.
Okay, so the bagel is not made of Joffrey. It is made from the house, not of the house. Joffrey is part of the house, is the house. Joffrey is only food if you have a certain appetite for cannibalism. I say cannibalism. It would only technically be Abrat who's being cannibalistic if he ate Joffrey. But Joffrey is part of the house, an actual physical part of the house. You could eat him. I don't recommend it, though. It would be like looking at you and say, hey, look, you see that halfling over there? They look really tasty. Okay, I think what you're mixing up here is the fact of should versus could. We shouldn't eat Joffrey, but we could eat Joffrey.
To be honest, as like a tangerine aside, I don't think I'm ever gonna understand this fully. So, so if you want to, we can just leave it at that and pretend that she's just not
trying to explain to Relly how it works. But there is a few interesting things you do get from it, even if you don't ultimately understand. You get a whole lot of new ways to baking, to cooking, to brewing, a whole lot of new ideas that even Hank hasn't come up with. You've genuinely been given a way to even outclass Hank, even if you don't take the boar's head.
All right.
And you have the plan on how to do that. You have an idea of how to do that, at least.
Okay.
Those are probably the first few solas. I'm going to shift it.
It'll take several years to learn how the mansion works, and it will still never actually make sense.
Never actually make sense.
10 years later. So once again, explain it one more time.
Should look up replicators from Star Trek.
Replicators from Star Trek. It really is replicated from Star Trek. That's basically how it works.
It's theoretically possible. We just don't have the technology to do it yet. We've literally turned lead into gold.
Magic.
Like in real life.
In real life science. In this world, magic. It's great. Over to your laundry. A few solas go by. The ships, first off, actually, let's cover what happens when the Shallow's flying fleet arrives. With a very confused look at first, Lars comes down, lands in the square, looks at you. I thought you were in the collective territory, fighting the unknown, and now you're here on an island that is unknown. You want to explain a little bit? Need a little help. This is still got healing scars from the previous battle. They didn't have a healer. So he's recovering naturally. This is Alito.
Mm-hmm. We won. That's all that needs to be said at this point. As far as why this came here...
He grabs you on both your shoulders and like, who gives a flying beep about the fact that this is here? Kisses you on either cheek very enthusiastically, excitedly. I'm like, we won! I don't care about the rest of it. Turns around, hey, we won! And suddenly there's a whole burst of cheers coming from all the ships.
All right. I'll leave it at that until he asks for more information.
The island itself, as time progresses, goes by, is given to the collective. With Crinlaw gone, there's in need of a new leader being elected. And the man named Idril Sung is eventually appointed as High Curator of the new structure of the collective, which serves more as a populous library for the entire occupations of Andrea to come and go as they please. Magical items are not withheld inside any archive areas, but given and sold to the nations around. And the primary aspect of it would be studying. Brem, who's from the Reclorian side, is elected as the speaker for the Reclorians, along with Val from the... No, he's on the Lebon side. Val from the Reclorian side is elected for hers, but she steps down after about 3 cycles and marries Brem. And they settle down and have a nice little posse of children, with him remaining as a chief speaker for the collective to the Lebon side, and someone else replace Val. This is the first known true intermixing of human with another race inside Andrea for a very long time. Previously, it's just been human on the Lebon side. But due to a peace treaty and the immigration rights to help populate the Lebon portions, many people from both Recloria, Shalos, and Quayla are moving over to help populate the empty regions of Lebon. But I think that's enough for me for the time being. What about you all? Who wants to go first for the next 5 cycles?
Sounds like Yolandril's next.
Yeah, he laughed first. That's the audio cue.
All right, so
we'll end with you, Jartis. I think my thing's gonna affect you. Go for it.
So over the next 5 years, I guess, what I'll be doing is helping out with Hamlar's retirement, finding my folks a home somewhere that's, I guess I'll still technically be centralized here in...
Here, I'll move you to the
yes,
big map. Yeah. Oh, wait, hang on. This one's the accurate one. The decreption and the destruction of the Unknown's army down there in the southern areas. Let me show everyone at home this as well. The Wastes. They're renamed, instead of the Plains of Lonemar, to the Wastes of Lonemar. Those cities are never reoccupied. Nothing can grow there anymore. It is dead land.
All right. Well then.
This will definitely affect the trout population.
The what?
Well, this is what?
The what population?
The trout population. Trout.
Trout. I thought you said troll. I'm like, no, it won't.
Well, actually, talking with my parents, I'll ask them, over the course of the 5 years, where they'd like to stay.
That's a good point. Like I said, there's a lot to cover. One thing you'll cover fairly quickly. Your father's a little bit more... He's a lot more reserved than he usually was. And when you finally sit down with your mother, after the first few days being genuinely overwhelming, with how much you and the rest of the consequences have to partake in organizing everything, you finally find a moment to talk to your dad about the state of Daggerfim. And he starts giving you details to what started happening as soon as you left. The costs of living kept increasing. The problems between the guilds and the royal courts kept getting worse and worse, till finally the guilds attacked by assassinating the king. From there, a continental war broke out, and he, with his skills, was very quickly drafted. He had seen at least 4 battles before being pulled. He had been away for almost the entire time you were away, save for a few lunas, months. Your mother had not seen him until the point where they both found themselves inside that chamber with you. And he was just pulled from having a blade nearly stuck through his heart.
Okay.
He's seen a lot more conflict and war than you last saw, and he's very clearly traumatized from it. The battle scenes were horrific, that he describes, much like the ones you saw, but instead of an unknown enemy without a conscience, it's conscious people doing this to each other.
Okay. I'm going to use my telepathy to kind of explain what's happened to me over the course of the last, how many years have I been here?
For nearly 5 now.
Nearly 5. And I'm going to try my best to soothe them, and I'm going to say, well, Dad, I got a lot of work here, but I'll look into it.
Ooh. His response to that would be, screw that place. We're here now. No, your mother deserves better than there. A better living
you're right about that.
situation.
I'm not sending you back, but...
He breathes a very long sigh of relief from hearing that.
It's my home, Dad. More than this place is. I do have duty here, but...
That was me laughing. I'm sorry you said duty. Oh.
You child.
No, I know, I'm sorry. I just ruined it completely the moment by laughing at duty. Oh.
But there's problems in other realms. The same types that happened here. And if it's got anything to do with Marcus, it'll have to be stopped, no matter what, somehow. Once this place is secure, stable, the nations of this world have to maybe start looking outward.
Look, Yolondriel, I know I haven't been the best father in the past.
You were fine, Dad. I'm still alive. And yeah, you weren't home a lot, but there was a reason for that.
He grabs your forearm, just very quietly says, thank you.
Don't have to thank me. And I'm going to stand up and I'm going to say, we'll find a home for you and Mom. Sit you guys down. And after that, maybe we'll have some time to rest.
He just nods. And you turn to leave and see Nero quietly standing a distance away, just looking, and lifts his hand up.
I'm gonna nod at him, and as we both walk out.
For VOD Squad, I just did the motion of you, me, talk now, yeah.
And as we leave, I'm gonna say, as if called upon, what news do you have?
Basic report, and how everything went. Give you an idea of what's next. For us, at least.
Yeah. Your father and I talked a long time ago about shutting this realm down, having the gods do it. I don't think that's an option anymore.
That was something he pushed for a very long time, tried to convince me to not go down the path of searching into these green things. We've known about them for a while. They only just started appearing, actually, soon after my uncle disappeared. But it's been forbidden research, along with teleportation and all that other wonderful stuff. Convincing my father to allow us to do that saved a lot, but it also is what created this issue to begin with. My sister only left because of that. She found reason to believe that my uncle followed her lead. And now I think you're right. We can't shut the world down. We need to learn more about what's out there.
We don't know how many clones there are, Nero. We don't know how many other worlds are in danger.
I know of at least one. Yours. It was, at least. A group of individuals came together and took care of him. At much great cost of their own, of course. From what I understand, 2 of them died. They got off a little bit worse than you. I'm actually heading there now, if you care to join. There are a few people I need to talk to.
Okay. You can make sure that we're coming back, right?
We'll be back, yes. Eleanor's taking care of the portal there. Locked down. My sister's nominated her as foreign ambassador. First contact specialist. We hear rumors of a continent up north from here. She's heading there next. She might not be here when we return. If there's anything you'd like to say to her, or Valisor, I know the 2 of you were in the last fight together.
Yeah. Are they there? No? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, by this point you would still be in the floating island. Eleanor would be there by now, and Valisor was there to begin with.
Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna say to both of them, thank you both for all the help.
Oh, there now. He takes you to where they are.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Time skip. Yay.
Little jump. Yes, I'm gonna thank them. And I'm gonna say, anything you guys need, just call for Voice of the Gods, I guess.
Eleanor, who... Well, I'm heading to new places, making new contacts. I think the voice of the god's going to be needed. At least for the people who are trying to follow the new, well, old, I suppose, gods. Your guidance will be wanted all over the place, Yolandriel. You're going to be needed everywhere.
Don't remind me, please.
I'll leave that to your lovely partner, she'll do the reminding for us. Meantime, if you need to know anything about the places anywhere else, I think I'm heading to the continent north soon. I'm always just a call away, Yolandriel.
Okay.
Me and Valisor both. He's retiring from the Eleudes and coming with me like a fool. Hey, Eleudes are boring. You're more fun.
I'm going to give them both the dagger of him goodbye. I'm going to say, yeah, I'll definitely take you up on calling you up if need be. once again, thank you both. Safe travels.
Same to you. And
See
may
you
the
around.
voice always be heard.
Yeah, let's hope, I say, as I walk away.
You hear the Velosaur state as you're walking away. Hey. If a tree falls in the forest, is it actually heard? Oh, Velosaur, don't start with your jokes. And you miss the punchline as you exit around the corner.
Funny. All right, one last quick message to Eula, just saying, be right back. Going to check up on some things.
Before we jump into that, we're going to move over to someone else. Give some time for other people. Would anyone else like to tell us what's happening in the 5 years?
Brolog is ready.
Yeah, go for it.
So, once again, let me know if I can't do any of these things.
I will absolutely let you know.
Brolog will be watching over his friends, his official friends, which I have made a list of, as Anubisai, Elandril, Finestorm, I guess, doesn't need looking over, but Jardis and Relly.
Oh, Anubis has a goddess along with you, by the way, now.
Oh, Anubisai is?
Yeah, she was ascended.
Oh, okay, well, great. Well, in that case, no need to look after her.
Details on that later, because I have to figure that out. Thanks, Jardis.
Elandril, Jardis, and Relly, then. Just those three. Looking at them, plus any followers of the Creed. And that would look like something similar to the Abjuration spell Shield.
Okay.
And the Barbarian ability Relentless Rage. Trying to, I'll protect with those abilities the followers of the Creed and those three official friends not already ascended.
You'll be able to give those to your official friends. Limited.
Oh, okay.
Limited.
So, okay.
Like the special gifts of doing Shield and then Relentless Rage, like an actual divine gift, is limited to certain individuals. Typically, it's like champions of the gods, champions of the deities.
Great.
But the presence can be felt, and if someone's like a cleric and does a divine intervention, like what Elandril did, you would be able to intervene and then do much more than what you would typically be able to do for them.
Perfect. And then, I guess through Elandril, it would suggest the trolls and the Loxodon took over Nutra, and then that city will follow the Creed, as Brolog understood it. And it will become sort of similar to the Shallows. It will become a mercenary city. That's what the city does. They make mercenaries and then hire them out to people, spreading the Creed as they go.
Okay. Yeah. A port would be built along Nutra, around the area. The city itself being given aid by Recloria, Lebon, and others around to rebuild and create a true sanctuary. Technically, in the shadow of the island now above, which is the sanctuary for the now collective information network. The port is built for the Shallows to freely land, and then, if they ever receive a contract, request upon the Loxodon tribes and Troll tribes, the followers of the Creed, believers of Brolog the Unyielding to aid in whatever request it is. And as the cycles go by, a temple is built. Not one just to Brolog. Primary one, the big one, is for Brolog, absolutely. That is the prime deity of this region. But also other ones, smaller ones, due to influence of the consequences as a whole and what they did. They brought back the deities to Nathriel. So even if they are small temples, they are still built in homage to the other deities as they exist. But the biggest one, which the square footage of all the other ones, you could fit the square footage of the other ones inside the square footage of the one to Brolog. It's that big. Is the primary one. And the chief, the highest rank of priests or priestesses among all of them would be Whatnot, who, having been defeated and beaten by Brolog, committed himself to Brolog and the Creed. And with his help, the Creed spreads in a workable way around Andrea and the Shallows. An understanding of it. It's like the Gideon Bible. Everywhere you go, the taverns, there's a copy of the Creed for people to know how to act around followers of the Creed. But there's also an understanding that people who do not understand what the Creed is should be given at least one chance and shown to understand how to respect the following. After that, it's all bets off.
Slaps incoming.
Slaps incoming. Slaps can be heard around Andrea on occasion. But it works. Your friends are protected everywhere they go. On occasions, Jartis, Rel, Yolandra, wherever you go, there will be certain moments where you feel as though something has intervened in your favor. Jartis, let's visit you for a moment. Actually, no, not Jartis. Sorry. No, I'm saving you for last. Relly, let's visit you for a moment.
Yeah.
First decision you've got to make. You get a meeting with your parents and with Hank planned and organized, put together. Hank gives them the deal and the thoughts, and your mother and your father are just staring at you with wide eyes, looking at you with a glance of, who cares what he's done to us? Why wouldn't we take this? He's given us free real estate, free plans, free company, free everything. Free money.
It's free real estate.
It's free yeah. Why wouldn't we take this?
Okay, so then I guess the tumbleweeds accept the offer, but rebrand the boar's head gradually over time to the wagon wheel.
To the wagon wheel. There it is. Yeah, the wagon wheel.
Well, secondarily to the Wagoner's Way. That one retains its original title.
Oh, the Wagoner's Way being the original and being advertised by many people as being the location, the destination to see the wastes of Lone Mar, the effects of the Battle of the Unknown, and the origin of the Wagoner's Wheel. With Hank's help, you are able to rebrand everything perfectly. The collector's flasks continue in each location, but with the Wagoner's Way branded on it instead. And it is a very successful branch, and he helps you in the organization of the entire industry. He teaches you everything he knows. He is forthright in all of it. He helps you establish locations in Le Bon and Shallows. And after 5 years, 5 cycles, he vanishes.
Oh, good.
He leaves one night, randomly. You're laughing, drinking, enjoying a very successful partnership And he says, I'll see you in the morning. I'm going to hit the sack. But you never see him again.
All right, deuces, buddy.
Deuces. It works. Everything you want works.
Very cool.
Unless you got anything else. I'm gonna head
Yes.
back to. Oh yeah, you do. Ooh yeah.
So at some point, I guess this would be after the 5-year mark, so you can circle back to me on that, I suppose.
I'll have to circle back to you there because there's a 5-cycle point that I have to visit that will affect Jartus potentially. But first, Yolandriel, we're gonna move back to you. Sorry, Ben. But this has to happen within the first 5 cycles. We're gonna circle back to you. Where is it? Here it is. You walk through a portal and Nero, you see first the inside of a building that's very unfamiliar to you, and the magic that Nero used to get here is strange. It's not something you've ever seen before, but it's specific. He teleported you first to a region in Andrea that you were unaware of, and goes to a circle and says, one of the clones of Marcus left this here. Easy way for us to get there and back. I don't understand the magic yet, but it's at our disposal, so may as well use it.
Perfect.
Goes through, and you find yourself in a building. When you walk out, a very unfamiliar territory. This isn't it. We need to go to a different location first. And then he teleports you to a large mansion. A villa of sorts. There are people moving around all over the place. Elves, half-elves, humans, all kinds. And in front there is a statue of a tall man with a handlebar mustache. From what I heard there,
Suspicious.
few things didn't go some ways. I think this is our best location to start. We're looking for one person in particular. Although, if we can get Billings to join us, that would be nice. He's very capable.
I understand some of what you just said.
We are in your home, but not your continent. Have you ever heard of Parkoth?
Have I?
Yeah, you have. Loosely.
Yeah.
It's one of the
vaguely.
continents. This here is the estate of Ballings Stillings, or Stanley Billings. There we go, got it. He was part of the group that took out the Larson. You remember Larson?
Mm-hmm.
He came here
So
and
that
started
was-
wreaking some havoc.
Nice. Okay. Well, at least that loose end is cleaned up a little bit.
I don't know how much fully yet, but we're about to find out. As this handlebar mustached, tall, elegant-looking man in very clean and pristine clothes comes bursting out of the double doors in front of this mansion and goes, Prince Nero! My, it's been years since I've seen you. He walks up and shakes Nero's hand. How can I help you? Actually, this is Yolandriel, voice of the gods in our realm. Yolandriel, good to meet you. I'm Stanley Billings.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, my, you got quite a figure on you. You look like a religious
Yeah.
type. Got a few friends
You
of those
could say
myself.
that.
Could say that. I just did. What you doing bringing him here? We're looking for another clone. His face goes from that smiling self to a very grim look. I'm done with that business, Nero. One's enough for me. That's why I said we are looking for a clone, not you and I. Although your help would be wanted. I can help you as far as information. No, nothing more than that. What happened in the end? We met him on the battlefield. Took out his general easy enough. Malleus didn't make it. Sorry to hear that. Technically, neither did I. He killed me too. But I was brought back. Thankfully. I'm glad I was. I didn't want to die there. That's an awful place to die. Awful hands to die to. I'm sorry that happened. We're looking for someone. No doubt. Who? Draken. Do you know where he is? Last I heard, he went back home. He wasn't much for communicating with us. What about your king of his place now? Old king was overrun, thrown out. He was given the throne. Married himself a nice little queen as well. I don't think he's going to help you with what you're doing. Yourself? I'm here. I'm done. I'm retired. I'm not risking my life again. I can tell you and show you where it is. Where Draken might be, of course, but I happen to know the best admiral to get you there. Admiral Jack. He's real lucky. Stay for dinner, though, at least. Landriel, it would be an absolute pleasure to get to know you.
Same.
Although I'm not much about talking about the struggles we went through.
That's okay. Maybe I can talk about ours. Maybe clear some stuff up for you.
I would be much obliged.
Thank you for your hospitality. You would love to meet one of my kids. She would absolutely thrive in this sort of environment.
Wow, really? You'll have to tell me all about her. And he clasps you on the back and starts guiding you inside. We enjoy a nice meal. You never do actually find Draken. When you reach his clan, Nero, and you hear that he's already left by that point. Something opened up and he walked through it. Nero
As
at that
he
point,
is wont to do.
as he's wont to do. Nero looks at you at that point and says, well, at this point, I think you are due back, and I am on a hunt for more than just one person. If you would be so kind to let my sister know, I'll be back when I can. But I can't guarantee when you'll see me again.
I'm going to extend my hand and I'm going to say, well, get back as soon as you can, because a lot of business to clean up.
I'll do my best. He shakes your hand. Thank you, Landriel, for saying yes to my father's request.
Yeah. Not a bad deal, I think.
You're the voice of the gods. Not a bad deal.
Yeah. See you around.
He gives you the Daggerfim salute. Sends you on your way. Next 35 years, none of you see him again.
Never came back.
He never comes back.
Bitch. We'll find
Language.
Sorry.
2 words. It's okay. We're doing great. We went from like 57 used a session to 2. We're trying.
Pretty good.
We're trying. Soon we will be able to rate this as not mature on YouTube. Soon we will get... Unlikely. Unlikely.
Editing will get us to...
Yes, it will. And for that, I need to not be double employed.
Yep.
Jartis, what do you do for the 5 cycles? After visiting the inauguration, being part of seeing Queen Kostia inaugurated, Nero never shows up for his inauguration because he's gone at that point. The funeral of King Shago, after all those wonderfulness, hearing about everything going on in Andrea and all the good news there, what do you do?
What are my parents' first names?
That is a great question. What are your parents' first names?
No, now he has
Please
to create...
give one of them. Can I invent them?
Yeah, you absolutely can. They're your parents.
We're gonna go with Annaleth.
Annaleth?
My mother. Annaleth.
Perfect. Annaleth? Great.
And Bimby is my father.
Binby. I think that's
Together,
great.
we form a family band called Gab.
Gab.
We travel around, spreading the word of, hey, just because you left your kids behind doesn't mean you don't have to leave them forever. And we start a small quasi-festival organization thing that reunites long-lost children with their families. So it's like a reunification festival / I don't know, organization, I guess. So I don't know. Well,
hit.
We'll go for it.
It's a huge hit immediately.
Gab is welcome in the city of Neutral.
There are a lot of orphans. Not by choice necessarily, in Andrea especially. The many, many years of fighting and conflict have created many, many orphans. The war in particular that recently just happened accentuated it. There are a lot of people to connect to others. And through your gift of Gab, which is a spell, BT dubs, that does exist, but through your gift of Gab, you reunite those orphans with proper families that can help take care of and rejuvenate this landscape, not with just itself, but with the citizens as well, else in a connecting way. You make that peace, the treaty signed between all the nations in Andrea, real by connecting the people together through music. Gab travels around from place to place, uniting everyone. 5 cycles in. Where would you be 5 cycles in? Where do you think you are? Anywhere in Andrea, including the Salas Estates.
Let's see.
One thing I would say as well is Jeff has
like
kept update with you. He has messaged you and been to many of your concerts and kept you in full loop and still expected information from you, which concerts do a lot for information. You learn a lot. And your position, you learn a lot.
So it's like I'm not going to say it. I'll say it off here. But it's like a very positive human association that doesn't normally go on in very large events. So we're doing the opposite of treachery that usually goes on at large events unnoticed. So we're connecting families. We're connecting families.
It's family wholesome versus smugglery.
Yes.
Corporate greed.
So we're to address the orphans, I think, because there are no parents to reunite, right?
Yeah.
I think it would kind of focus on, I don't know, maybe just being a part of the cause if they felt like having a family, so to speak. We're gonna try and stay as far away from cult-like activity as we can. We're about the music. We're not about anything else.
Great, good clarification.
And I would say along the way, maybe Jartis felt just like the hard times turned this soft little goat boy into a hardened goat man. So too must the beginning of his name. So he is now Gartis. Also, it works a lot better with Gab. So
Yeah,
he
Gartis
got
of
asked
Gab.
that question way too many times. They're like, "Wait, if your name is Jartis, wouldn't it be Jab?" No, it's not the
No.
gift of Jab. So he had it legally changed in whatever
Needed ways
needed to be done
possible.
to get people to get that is a thing. So he probably had some press conference. I'm now Gartis.
Whenever you receive messages from Brolog the Unyielding, he still calls you Jardis.
Oh, that's lovely.
He's unyielding. Makes sense.
Hey. So I will also be maybe continuing to contribute to the cartography world.
Okay.
Along the way, maybe not those first few years in the 5 cycles, but towards it's like, hey, maybe Gartis has something to contribute here.
You needed a break from your celebrity life. You know what? Let's, in that case, actually, what I'm going to say is you find yourself in a situation where you're back in the shallows for this scenario. Is this the right one?
What have you done?
Yeah, this is the right one. You're back in the shallows, and you are heading towards Jeth's to make more cartography maps, because he's commissioned you for a few at this time. The morning is typical, as usual. I mean, you encounter your usual people running about, seeing you, saying, "Hey, Gardas! Hey, hi, Gardas!" That kind of stuff. And when you hit the building, it's dark. It's usually lit up on the inside by this point. He's usually always here before you. But you have a key, that's okay. You can get in. You walk inside and clap the lights on. He's a double clap boy. Everything is as it should be. Everything is where it should be. That normal organized mess as always with Jeth. There's this big tome though that's out of place. Sitting on the counter. Huge. Thick. Maybe as big as you.
Oh boy.
You walk over to it, get yourself on that stool, stand on the desk to open it up. And when you open it, the front page, there's a little note. Dear Gartis, I think it's time for me to return home. I've spent nearly 50 cycles here. Perhaps they've forgotten about my exile. I'm heading back to Iridai. I have good word from Eleanor that I will be welcomed, even should my exile not be forgotten. Besides, I don't plan on landing in the Grintina Senate. I plan on going farther than that. I have a full network here, and I would hate to see it go to waste. This is my tome of spells, magic, and all the items I create. It's yours. I'm giving it to you. And as for my network, I'm giving that to you as well. Do with it what you like. Disband it, give it to someone else, I don't care. But this is now yours. Oh, and don't mind the fuss outside. I've taken Lars with me. You look up and there are people running around all over the place outside, with a little bit of a panic. P.S. Jack didn't die.
Oh.
He's with me. Along with the other shadows. And the changelings. They need a new beginning as well. The panic outside is because Grand Admiral Lars has left his Admiralty blade in the center of the Obsidian Court, with a note on it saying, "You all can take care of this from now. I'm gonna go. Bye."
At least he left the sword.
Only the one sword. Dancer is still with him. End of 5 cycles, you are left Jeth's entire information network.
Oh boy. Looks like the band's gonna have to wait a while for that next album.
Depends on what you want. Like you said, you can do whatever you want with it.
If ABBA come back in 2022, Gab can come back later.
Hey, truth. And the rest of you would hear about this weeks after. Grand Admiral Lars has disappeared. A new admiral is under voting to be brought into fruition. It would be, for most, the general gab around, I'm going to use that word now because it is a good word for just general chit-chat. The general gab going around is it would have been Curathel, but he died during the final conflict, fighting the Goliath. Instead, it is Admiral Rowley.
That was going to be a problem if we didn't deal with that.
If you didn't deal with it. He passed away. Instead, it's Admiral Rowley, who is elected to be the new Grand Admiral. Jane has her own island to help take care of her. She's the chief of the island of Jane now. Admiral Rowley, though, is seen as a symbol.
A rally cry, if you will?
A rally cry, if you will, yeah. She came from the city of Saluti, which is now in Wasteland territory. She is a site of continuation, ambition to keep moving forward, and to unify within each other, because that is what brought people to success in the end. The unification of all the nations. Even though she is Reclorian by origin, she is Shallows by heart. And she guides the Shallows into a very successful and lucrative business deals with the followers of the Creed and all the other nations, helping Bjorn bring into his light more Goliaths. The Goliath never sank.
Great.
The Shallows tore it to pieces and took the blueprints of it for their own good. And then she brought it to Bjorn, and Bjorn looked at it and went, "Hang on, these are my designs," and built them all the same. That's the first 5 years. How about the rest of them?
Want to go in reverse order this time? Regardless.
And what are we gonna do?
Let's do
Whatever you all feel.
Reverse order.
Jardis just wins. Maybe say for a little someone else first.
Prologue. I choose you.
That has been the longest.
Okay.
How lucrative are the tribes? How do they progress?
So I mean, it's gonna be doing they're gonna be doing the same thing if let's see here, how do I want to phrase this here? If there are any more of the line of Beatrice Log, those would be official friends of Rollock as well. As a side note. So they would. They would mercenary probably as the continent is mostly at peace. They would, go cross the waters. Once again, as you said, teaming up with the Shallows for transportation purposes to get wherever conflict was happening and spread the unyielding creed as they went. Yeah.
That's good precedence, because now I need to find the unyielding creed and throw it into Iridai. As through the years, another lesser god appears in Iridai. The unyielding creed, Prologue the Unyielding. As it slowly begins and lands on its ports in the southern parts of the Balashtar Kingdom and the Grantina Senate and the western shores of the Vezuth Republic and Trillic Union. It is a lesser one. Very, very few people know about it, as it is a very arguably aggressive religion.
Very arguably.
Very arguably aggressive, yes, but very arguably not entirely super welcome, but still welcome, especially in the Vezuth Republic, where it's entirely religion, and the religion of Eshnar has been ditched very thoroughly. Through the lines of Andrea, though, it's much more successful. Still not the best, because it is, again, arguably violent, and not very inclusive to many others, given the lack of we and them, they, in those standards. But it does work. You are not given more territory, but your people are allowed to spread. The city of Nutra is forever known as a city-state. It is a neutral city, separate from Recloria, Lebon, and the island above, the island of the Collective's island. Island is a leader. Brests, there. And soon enough, airports are built in Nutra for floating small flying vessels built by the Chalice Estate to go from Nutra to Zelido and back again, like a taxi ferrying service to the Grand and the Greatest. Oh, Potato Wedge. Sarge. The Grand and the Greatest library of Andrea. The technology of flying ships spreads quickly, especially with Brolog's influence on these. The need and the desire to spread the religion of the unyielding god grows and drives that technology forward to the point where they are flying over the archipelago of gods instead of sailing around. Which does in turn spread flying vessels to Iridai. Something I will have to add to your documents.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Brolog. I hate you.
You're welcome.
But thank you. I'm gonna open this real quick. There we go. Fizzy drinks. Who's next?
You drank fizzy lifting drink.
Now I'm gonna fly away. Oh boy.
Sounds like Relly's next.
Yes.
Okay.
Relly's been volunteering.
So Relly, evidently she has. Relly will spend the next So after the 5 years, when Hank did, Riley's going to spend the next 15, 20 years just kind of maintaining her little tavern empire, if you will. And like expanding it, nothing ridiculously crazy. But she just kind of gets the itch, she gets the scratch. So one day, she is going to approach a friendly magus, whomever that may be. Probably, I don't know if Ruby would have the ability to do this, but she's going to approach Ruby and ask around because she's the one that really knows the best. And ask if there's a way that a magus could open back to the Feywild, like Nero did, however many years ago. Because Relly recalls Alandra saying that, you know, Relly seems like she belongs in the Feywild and that she's welcome back at any time.
"27 years. Let's go with that.
Okay.
Pass by. Very successful enterprise. It's like the brand name of coffee that we all know that I will not say because copyright and screw them. Every corner, there is a Wagner's wheel all over the place. You hear rumor of a place called the Boar's Head showing up in Iridai, but you don't have much time about that because your Magus contact, they did well with what you asked. And there's a knocking on your door. Your office, back at home in Fitzburn. I have to remember the city name. You're poring over paperwork at this point, but someone's knocked at your door.
I answer the door.
On the other side is Eleanor. "Hello. I hear you have a very special request. Now, normally I wouldn't do this, but you're special. What can I do for you?"
Hi, Eleanor, babe. How's it
Hey.
going? Ooh,
Hey.
no, sorry.
It's
That was
insane.
too much my own voice.
One thing you would realize is it's a miracle she's still alive. Eleanor recently had children.
Oh, good for her.
Magus have an 80% mortality rate.
Oh.
So very good for her. She survived.
Yeah.
But yeah, recently had children. Well, you know, 2 children. Thankfully, I have Alisor. Oh, he is a life send. Back in Iridai as well. Gonna be there for a while.
All right.
Anyway, how's it going for you? You have an whole enterprise. How is it? How is everything
it's,
going?
It's keeping me pretty busy. But you know, just boss babe and all that nonsense.
No, I know how that goes.
Tell me about them kiddos. What are their names? How old are they?
Well, they are 3 months now, 3 lunars, as Iridai would say.
Twins?
Twins, of course it's twins.
Ah,
Magus, we
precious.
have twins. That's what happens
did
with
not-
our... No,
I
of
didn't
course.
know that.
Sorry, you're from Andrea. I shouldn't expect people to fully know what our race does. But yes, twins, boy and a girl, Angelica,
Mm-hmm.
and Gaius Val.
Ooh.
My husband, Valasor, wanted to name a boy, if there was a boy, after one of the late kings. We debated between Shago or Gaius, but we went with Gaius. The War of
Yeah,
Unification.
didn't want to name one after your uncle, huh?
Actually, Gaius Val is my uncle. Triplets.
I thought Shago was a... Bruh.
Triplets. Gaius Val, Marcus, Shago. They were all my uncle.
I've never heard of Gaius Val before. Did not know that name. Anyways.
Well, second uncle, technically. Gaius Val was the cousin of my grandfather. It gets a little complicated.
Oh,
We're
dang.
related. I am royal blood, but distant royal blood.
All right. All right. Well, so I assume you came here with an intention as chit chat.
Yes. You said you
Busy
wanted
lady,
to. You said you needed a way for something to happen, and I'm the best way for things to happen these days. Nero's not here anymore. We haven't seen him in cycles. And Kosti is really busy. Always, as always. And you're a
Alright.
friend of mine, so favors, they exist. What can I do for you?
All right. I was wondering if you would be so kind as to open up a portal to the Feywild, just like your cousin did back in the day.
I can't open them, but I can unlock the one we have.
That'll do.
Why?
Just felt like a change, and that curiosity is itching at me again.
Curiosity itches at people who don't return.
Things are running themselves, more or less.
I'll leave you to the trusting of that. Your wish is my command. I'll take you there. She does.
Very quickly, BRB.
Yeah. She takes you there. Brings you to the portal, which is the same spot. Unlocks it for you. And sees you through. Where on the other side you are greeted by your good old friend.
Which good old friend? Alondra?
Alondra.
The
Alondra.
friendly fella.
Nah. Just Alondra.
Just Alondra, okay.
Just Alondra.
What was his name? Handor.
Andor. He's not there right now, no.
Oh, okay.
No, he's in the place, but not there to greet you. Alondra is strangely there to greet you.
Well, hi, pretty lady. I didn't expect to see you here.
Aye. Look at this view. She spins you around and you see the perpetual sunset of the Fey Realm. I like the view. And I like to make sure nothing else is coming through here. And I knew you would be here.
Alrighty then. So I seem to recall that back in the day, when I was still with the consequences before we were all consequenced out.
Once a consequence, always
a
a consequence.
As well
But
established.
the consequences have disbanded because we have all achieved our main goals. So we're attending to our own business.
Literally.
So, any hoozle. I seem to recall you saying that I was belonging here, and I just thought I'd come check things out.
You felt like you belonged here. Your
That's what you
mood
said.
and behavior. Well, my home is yours. Come. There is a lot for you to understand. Your home
Alrighty then.
is not like any other. You are quickly taught about planar travel spells. On how every other plane out there, it's regular and normal. That you can travel in between planes and you don't need this green portal to travel to it. You were told that every realm has never heard of the Nathriel realm. It doesn't exist. It's a myth, a legend. Now, the best you can get is it's even more rare than the most unheard of myth you know of. But it's there. Some people know about it. And Alondra tells you, ever since whatever you did, more people have been knowing about it.
Don't exactly love the sound of that, but
27 years ago, more people started talking about Nathriel than normal.
Okay. So do they pass through here? Is the Feywild some sort of waypoint between other realms and Nathriel?
No. I wouldn't say the Fey realm is it itself. More the people I've been sending out to investigate and talk to others have been reporting back that more people have been hearing about it. It's not that they've traveled there or been there, it's more that it is the golden goose. The egg that you can never grab that is more tasty than the rest. We've been maintaining and controlling it as much as we can, removing the memories of the situation where they heard of Nathriel. We've been doing our best to try to keep it quiet.
Well, that's mighty kind of you. Do you mind if I ask what's in it for you? Why you're maintaining this quietness about it?
Fear. I
Just
fear
kinda
what will
touch that.
happen to Nathriel, or what will happen to everywhere else, should whatever come through fruition happen. I don't know what's going on there. Not even Nero does. He was here a few days ago.
Hot diggity dog.
He's still searching. He's found a black dragonborn to travel with ever since then, but they're still trying to figure out the truth of the matter. And until we know the full truth, I will live in fear to what your realm holds. Gartus was given a wish. Not all things
That's right.
can do that. Not even I can give that to someone.
Huh. There's a lot to unpack with what you've just revealed. Do you mind if I stick around a while and see what I can find out?
Your help would be appreciated. You know more about the place than I do. I could use your wisdom.
Cool beans.
That's where Relly's going to be occupied. But the full cycles is in the Fey realm. During the time, you're going to meet a lot of people. A lot of fun people. There is one. Let me get their name quickly for you.
Oh, yeah.
Because given this path, you would have known about this person. It's a small fairy. A fairy by the name... Yeah, Taurus.
Would you say that she's befriended?
Befriended... It's difficult to say with Taurus. Taurus likes to mess with people. They like to fool people into thinking one thing and then thinking another.
Okay, meets fairy. And the name is Taurus, T-A...
U-R-U-S.
Okay.
Taurus, 2 cycles into you being in the Fey realm, is sent back to Nathriel to investigate further and try to bring back more information. By the end of the 5 cycles, you would have received certain amounts of reports from him. But from that point, I'm going to keep it quiet. Because 30 cycles in, Relly's now an NPC. She's in the Fey realm, learning and investigating the truth of why Nathriel is separated from all other realms. Good path. You're probably going to see Relly again in Campaign 2 because of that. Just because of that. Dang. Okay. Who's next?
It'll be me. All right. So over the next, I'm guessing 35 years, or 30 years after 5, this is what he's going to be doing. all the researching that's being done into the portal technology and all that stuff will continue, but he's also going to make sure that as many scientists and magic users look into weaponizing the blue box so that a person doesn't have to be voluntary to be put into it.
You will quickly learn that they have, and it can't. The
Okay,
Magus have spent many years trying to figure that out. The research project is reopened by a request, but through 35 years, it still won't be done.
Okay, well, as soon as it starts to look like get done, I'm gonna tell them to refocus their efforts, and I'm getting the gods into it on this one too.
It's you
creating a device that works like the blue box, but as a means of, at least for a short time, containing something highly magical.
A time-framed Pokeball. Copyright.
Exactly.
Not sponsored. Hashtag.
That's what I'm, and I'm getting the gods into it too.
Okay.
All of their knowledge and wisdom.
As much as you can, creating that item.
Other than that, as all that's going on in the background, that's just work, right?
Mhm.
That's the 9 to 5, let's say.
9 to 5.
I'm spending the next 30 years, other than that, relaxing at home with Eula. We're going to get married at some point. No big wedding. You guys won't even know about it.
It just happens
the only one
quietly
that,
on the side.
Yeah, the only one that will is Brolog.
Brolog will know. You could feel the hand of your best man on your side.
And then, like I said, just...
remember, you can have kids. If your Yolandriel does want kids in the future, that can happen.
We're not, like, working for it, but if it happens, it happens. If you roll dice for it...
It happens. You have one.
All right. Good enough. Because that's what I want in real life. So...
What? Which one?
A girl.
A girl? Okay, it's a girl.
All right. Good enough. Yeah, just spending time with family, visiting Emlar when we can. By the time this is over, my actual cycle age will be 78, which is close to 80, which means I look 50.
Yeah.
By the end of this. So I've gone salt and pepper in the hair a little bit.
There is... Eula really wants to be a werewolf again.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. I was actually... I have a note right here about that. Yes, for sure. Whenever she wants to, then yeah, sure, whatever.
Okay, great. Bite me, Daddy. Yeah. I have to say that because that's probably what she would say.
Yes.
When it happens, it would be very...
It would be in the throes of
lovemaking. Yep.
Let's just say.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Well, again,
that,
just back up to full speed, which is dangerous fast.
Yeah. Other than that, I'm just keeping my ear to the ground, making sure nothing funky's happening. I'm letting the governments deal with most of the stuff.
They do.
You know.
Yeah.
And just waiting. Hopefully the Pokeballs work out.
Queen Costia proves very useful on the Quayland side. She's prolifically active. Like, very active. And with the king of the Elevening Kingdom already liking you, from afar, you know, he's an admirer, and you've met him a few times. The help of the religion spreading increases in Quayla. You never really have to go there. Only a few times through the cycles do you have to visit, and that's only for public appearances, for special occasions, and through special request. As far as the training and writing of dictations of the gods, your old mentor from Quayla, and High Priest Ayudar
Mm-hmm.
step in and help with that as well, to spread it along Andrea and Quayla. The other nations, there is a bit of concern from Iridai. A few cycles in, you hear about the splitting of the Vazuth Republic into two different separate nations, the Savoth Dominion and the Vazuth Republic. Savoth being Alexander Savoth, the general of the once whole nation, separating half of the people and creating his own army and his own nation to face those who would follow the gods and who would deny the name of Eshnar. He is being widely recognized as the fallen paladin of Eshnar, a very powerful foe. You keep your eye and your ear to it though, not needing your immediate response because it's not out of hand. But 30 cycles in, the war still continues. It still rages. Many lives have been wasted, but your questioning of your dictation where you should be is challenged so much more as you realize that all over this world, Permevolge, Ermathos, they even need your attention. Despite that one small nation is fighting among itself as to who to follow, there are so many other millions, billions of other lives that need your guidance and your help to bring the gods and the goddesses back to where they are. Eula does a lot to help. Calm your mind, ease your unquieted brain from all the requests from all the deities. And she helps you prioritize.
Yep.
10 cycles
Prologue's
in.
requests.
Prologue's requests, yep. They're part of it. There are 18 deities, so...
She helps him prioritize Brolog's requests specifically.
No. It's my priority. But... Iridai takes about 10 of your cycles. You spend another couple inside Quayla, helping truly establish, especially with the Flitber, who are they are a theocracy, they are based around their religion. And Salo now being a lesser deity, one of the ones that passed away and died and was killed by yourself, your own hands, your presence is needed there. A lot. But again, Eula, along your side, everywhere you go. Always smiling and happy. What's your little girl's name?
I don't know. That is a good question. Let me thought now. Hold on now, let's see. With my that is like Juliana.
Juliana?
Yuliana.
Juliana. You can't help but think, after the 8 cycles of Juliana being alive, all of this is for her. Everything you do now, it's not for yourself, it's not for Eula or your parents or the realm. Screw the realm. It's for Juliana. She's here now. You leaving to Corsinia was a grace of the gods. It should never have happened. You'll never be able to do that again. You're stuck in Nathriel.
Yep. Yeah. Then whatever happens after 35 years
happens after 35 years. Band put together. Gab, still going on even after Jardis starts getting a little bit more busy. You have teleportation circles in place, to be fair, to be able to make it to any of the gigs, and your parents can make it to you. Your relationship truly blossoms. They really do regret not being able to actually spend their lives with you. Prologue, your religion spreads. Prologue, the unyielding, goes towards even Quayla, driving the king of the northern nation mad by the fact that the creed is finding even more prevalence again, even after he issued for your original tribe to be extinguished. 35 years going by, the Drarian king does bring up issues and troubles, but those are things for you to hear about later. Quayla's not perfect during those years. Things happen. Permavoge starts experiencing more magical discrepancies than it did. Erumathos becomes more prejudiced than it was. Iridai, though, relaxes a bit, calms down. And Andrea, it unifies. King Dagoran eventually marries, has his own kids. Talduin, after 20 years of service, steps down and serves as a ambassador and chancellor of sorts for her nation. And future chancellors step up to take command. All while still working with the Grand Admiral of the Shallows, Admiral Raleigh, or Raleigh, not Raleigh, Raleigh. And the strange disappearance of Admiral Lars for the audience, and not necessarily for you, and for you as players, not for you as characters. In a distant island far into the archipelago of the gods, Lars steps onto solid ground in front of a small house that he had been building for a few cycles now. He smiles very peacefully at it as he reaches his hand into a small pouch, pulls out a pounder, and scatters it. The scattered powder swirls around itself and starts formulating into the shape of a humanoid standing in front of him. Powder of rejuvenation or reincarnation, that's the word I'm looking for. Pulling through, the deal he made with Jeth working. As a red-skinned tiefling appears in front of him, horns sprouting outwards. She looks about, confused, puzzled, but looks forward. Lars, this is the weirdest place you've ever taken me. I love you, but where are we? Lars, who has tears coming from his eyes at this point. There's a lot you've missed, Lottie. There's a lot I need to fill you in on. And he gives her a big embrace and hug. Lottie, who died before your time, Tangerine, and you never got to meet, has been reincarnated on a distant island in the islands of the archipelago of the gods, so that Lars may spend the rest of his days among the one he loved most. Jeth travels north, back home, accompanied by Jack. Let's see, what other little bits have I missed here? Collective. Alpha A is reorganized under Constance's control, as a collective group, helping the entirety of Andrea, as opposed to just one nation. Still keeping true to its true purpose, having a member from at least every individual group. The Herringon of Andrea eventually do reveal themselves and come out
they
as
the
a hidden
bunnies?
civilization. They're bunnies, yep, the bunnies.
Yes.
Yep. Emla retires. The royal guard of Zarthor scatter. The truth of them being that they were Asimar of the deities, reborn constantly by their own means, much like what Yolondriel and Emla was, but had no deity to be attached to. So they were never brought to light, but always gathered by Zarthor. A hand being played to them being in the same place that no one fully understands. Except for you, maybe Jartis. Upon hearing that, the thought may occur to you. There's a hand that's had play in all of this, that you got to talk to, and that gave you a wish. A hand you will never understand. Possibly. You're an NPC now. Until the point you were an NPC, you'll never understand it. But they scatter trying to figure out their true purpose and the true goal that they serve. Overall, everything the consequences did saved Nathriel from a lot. The wastes of Lone Mar did not continue and surround Andrea. They ended where they were. You, Jartis, in your clever thinking and planning, formulated your question in the perfect way to see the maximum effect. Anubisai eventually is discovered as being missing from the blue box they were within. Gone to whatever they are now. Zorai being the ever-present guardian of the trees. And Abarat, well, let's just say, much like Brolog, he has his own missionaries going out and spreading his seed. Not in a sexual way. No, I mean in a literal seed way. Tree, plant, acorn, seed, spreading all around the world of Nathriel, making his mycelial growth ever-present. Soon enough, we may find Abarat becoming his own god. Who else am I missing? Praspidus? He's dead. There's nothing that happens to him. He's been gone for a while. But the rest of you find R.I.P. to Praspidus. Ugh. Find Storm and Brolog, the presence of them to everyone else in the world cannot be felt, but to you three certainly can be. Because you are their friends. As time goes by, they protect you where they can, and they play part in your life where they can. But really, when you leave Nathriel, you never feel their presence from that point forward. Their presence is for Nathriel alone, and cannot be felt anywhere else. Gartus, Yolondriel, news of Drelly's departure does eventually reach your ears. Her father having passed away a couple of cycles beforehand, and her mother, still alive, takes control of it. A suitable heir is found to her enterprise, and eventually takes control of it. Yep.
I'm gonna get a hold of Jardis, and we're going to make a little pilgrimage
Gartus,
out
at this point.
Gardus, excuse me, to Gardus, and
Get it right, your logical gosh.
The band doesn't work.
We're gonna make a little pilgrimage to the what was it? The Wagoner's Wheel Inn, right?
Wagoner's Wheel? Wagoner's Way is the original. Yeah, Wagoner's Way is the original.
Wherever her mom would be, I'm guessing. if she's taking control,
Waggoner's Way.
then
Yeah, it would be the Waggoner's Way.
Yeah. Then we will make a pilgrimage out there one of those years to visit her.
You are met with great prestige. Everyone here knows of you. The stories that Relly told people as they traveled and stayed here. The things that she lied about and told the truth about.
The tales of us are greatly exaggerated.
Tales
I
are
assure
greatly
you.
exaggerated. Greatly exaggerated. Brolock, yeah.
Does Gartis play a tune throughout this time at any point?
Maybe perhaps
Sure,
the
shaman it up.
Bard's
Right.
theme here.
Do it.
With the rest of Gab brought together.
Well,
Little concert.
as
for the missing member.
Elandriel and Agartis have gathered to celebrate Relly, there will be a pretty intense but dry lightning show that happens whilst that is happening.
Clouds forming above the city itself. A small little festive event occurs literally just from the appearance of Elandriel and Gartis, not from the disappearance of Relly, but from the appearance of these two. It is quickly directed to a celebration of the life of Relly and the existence of Relly. And it is not a death celebration. It is a, you're gone, we get it celebration. Clouds form above, around. And Elandriel, you feel you being the voice of the gods. By the way, your wings, they never dissipate. You can pop them out whenever the F you want.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, like, are they permanently on?
They're permanent. They're permanent now. They're permanent,
Knocking
baby.
stuff over.
Yeah. So you can do that whenever. But the clouds form around, and it's dark but bright. It's like you're in sunlight, but there are clouds wrapped around everywhere you can see, and lightning flashing, coordinating along with your playing Gartis. And you can't at this point, while you're
You
playing...
could say it's like a dance.
While you're playing Gartis, at this point, you cannot help but feel the presence and the dance of Brolog's celebration.
Nice.
I would very much like to go out on the image of me and Joe. It's like kind of away, just sitting in the grass, just chilling, just hanging
Chilling.
out.
Just
and
chilling.
Then I'm gonna turn to Jarvis and I'm gonna say, "Oh, he always was a show off."
Much appreciated presence, though, I would say.
Yes, indeed. I'm just gonna sit back and relax with Jardis and watch the
Does
festivities.
the dry lightning cause some static electricity in the air?
No,
Your hair raised?
no, it's perfectly framed, exactly the way Brolog wants it to be. The scene pulls back with the remaining 2 consequences. The last 2 after 30 years. 9 members. And only 2 of you left. True to the consequence name. The 2 of you enjoying a scene as everyone celebrates the life of one... What's your proper name, Relly?
Esmeralda Tumbleweed.
The life of one Esmeralda Tumbleweed, better known as Relly. Now, where I'm going to move you all is exactly 30 cycles in.
Mm-hmm.
You find yourselves in a study. Desk in front, filled with papers and books, a single individual poring over the paperwork. Lady Eleanor has a lot to do. The Queen of the Trillic Union has recently been declared as mad, and there's correspondence that she needs to coordinate with her. It's the end of the 35th cycle, or 30th cycle, after the Tales of Andrea finish. She's been corresponding with Iridai for a while now, going here and there, back and forth, talking with the Grantina Senate, the Vesuth Republic. Not the Savoth Dominion, they won't have her. She's not a follower of Eshnar. She's a follower of Alia the Gracious, as this place knows. And now, she needs to talk to the Trillic Union Queen. Try to figure out a few things there. Fireworks popping around on the outside, people laughing, celebrating. It is the end of the year, end of the cycle, after all, and she is here working, despite the fact that her husband and 2 children are outside celebrating. She lets out a long sigh when there's a knock on the door. Enter. Then Magus walks through the door. Lady Eleanor, urgent message from the capital of Balashtar for your attention. Thank you. She opens it up, unscrolls the paper. Stands up and the chair gets pushed behind her. Inform my husband immediately we are leaving. Prepare my wagon, and let the Queen of the Trillic Union know that I will not be able to attend our meeting. Something else has come up that is much more prevalent. Lady Eleanor, what is wrong? Another island has been found. Pallius. How they found another gemstone right underneath my nose. Eleanor, you have a lot. I don't need to be told what I am doing here, or what I am looking for. What I have been told is that it has been here the whole time and I have not found it. Prepare my wagon, let Francesca know, and tell her to inform the Queen. In fact, actually, I'll find Valisor myself. Go! The man runs out, quickly, and she storms out into the celebrating people, laughter, fireworks, joy all around her, but her mind is serious. Transfixed on the fact that another crystal, another gem, much like what the consequences found 30 cycles ago, has been activated. The city of Pallius torn in half, much like the city of Zelido. They're still dealing with the armies of the unknown in the forests and the jungles of Andrea. More of a passive enemy, the lands having been long abandoned. Through street and street, she pushes her way through the crowds of the celebrating city in the Trillic Union city of Lefrink. Eventually, she reaches a point where she sees her husband, Valisor, smiling down towards where she presumes her children to be. She reaches out with her mind and connects with his, much like Magus can do with her life links, their life partners, and says, Valisor. His eyes turn up, reach sideways, meet hers. Eleanor, I thought you were working. When a rip sounds from the air around, the very fabric of the city itself is torn in half as this red portal begins to appear in the center of the city. Valisor, grab the children and run! A screaming sound comes from inside this portal as hundreds of figures burst from inside of it. Screaming and devouring everything in their way. We'll see you all next campaign. Campaign number 2, Iridai, where we jump in 35 years after the events of the Tales of Andrea.
Well, there's always consequences.
There are always consequences. That was 30 years. Where we would be popping into Iridai is 35 years. So 5 cycles after whatever just happened happens. The only person here who should have a good, strong understanding to what might have happened... Actually, there are 2 people. One, Yolandriel, because he's played with Valsor as a PC character before. The other one, Brolog, because he created the catastrophe of Lifrink.
Did what now?
Yeah, that's you, buddy. That's your fault.
What did
Where's Lifrink even?
Lifrink? You created that name. Oh wait, no, I created that name. You created the catastrophe. We'll get into that in a week now, when we talk about the Tales of Andrea and give you a little insight to what's going on for campaign number 2, which is going to be happening in Iridai.
Do we have a title for C2 yet? Tales of Andrea, Chronicles of Nathriel.
No, just Chronicles of Nathriel, Iridai. Tales of Andrea is a prelude. This has all been you deciding what the world looks like. Now we get into the fun of it. Now we get into the real works of the world.
This is where the fun begins.
This is where the fun begins. So thank you all. It's been an incredible 2 years.
Oh, yes, it has. It's been
No,
glorious.
I've loved all of your characters. I'm gonna miss them all.
Oh, yeah.
Well, to a degree. I get to have fun playing with them as NPCs now. That includes yours, Relly. You may be in the Fey realm, but I still get to play with yours. And you, Brolok, you're a god now. I get to add that to your docs. Right. Thank you all.
Right.
Incredible journey. Good job. Well done on 2 years.
Thanks to you, JP.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's a lot of work you put in.
That's a fun campaign.
Glad
lot
you
of
could be
work.
part of it.
It's a great
Love you,
campaign.
buddy.
We will see you all for Iridai and for the campaign wrap-up next week.
Yeah.
Who are we going to raid?
I sent you a name.
You
A
did?
new.
Oh, you
Yes,
did?
they're a new one we have not raided.
Oh,
before, I
I've
don't
seen them
believe.
before. I've seen them. We have not raided them. No, we have not.
Let
Let's
us do
take
it.
a look. We've done Orkomiat for a while now. Old Charm. Yep, I think that's the best one. That is the bestie best.
All right, guys. Join us on social media, Discord, all that good stuff. Owlbear Inn, merch store, all that good stuff. Join us next week for a campaign wrap up, because we're not quite done yet.
Nah. Now, we got to talk about other little details, talk about other little things that are missing, and give you a little teaser to what's happening next campaign. I will not give you the full intro, because that's going to be happening May 7th when we start it. And that is the date for it, May 7th. We are starting on that time. In between then, I am doing 0 sessions, and we will have various one-shots happening here. To give you some dates, the one-shots will be happening on the 2nd, 16th, and 30th of April. The other days, I've got one-shots. 0 sessions, not one-shots. 0 sessions with these guys. Organizing their characters and getting the details finished. Finalized. For now, though, we love you all. Thank you for
Love
an
ya.
incredible 2 years. And we'll see you next year for some giveaways and a campaign wrap-up.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, may have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full revelry. Peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles and shouts.